1, 2, 3. Vi försöker om ljudet hörs till tolkarna. Joo,
Akademi visita yhteen pienellä, kaikki pienellä.
Kuuluu.
Dear friends, sisters and brothers, my name is Mika Vähäkangas, and I'm the director of Polin Institute for Theological Research. I would like to welcome you to this Mission Theological Seminar, The Future of Mission, which is organized by the Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission and Theology at Åbo Akademi University and Polin Institute. The Felm, the Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission, organizes an annual mission theological seminar close to January the 19th every year because the 19th is the birthday of the organization, which was founded in 1859. And in this conjunction, I would like to welcome especially the Felm Fellowship participants, most or maybe all of whom are online. We have about 200 participants online, I've heard. But before we begin, let me introduce the organizers. We have two main organizers, the Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission, which, as said, is a mission organization founded in 1859. And it is an agency of the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Finland for its international work. And at the same time is one of the largest Finnish civil society organizations working in global development. And on this slide, you see the types of work Felm is involved in. It reaches about 3 million people every year, works in 17 countries, and has got about almost 1,000 employees, most of whom are located in the countries where the work is carried out. And there are almost 100 partner churches and organizations around the world. Large organization and a network. And here you see the geographical Polin Institute, which is officially Ines and Julius Polin Institute for Theological Research, is a rather young theological research institute under the aegis of Åbo Akademi University, which is the Swedish medium university in Finland. And as an international institute, we are bilingual. We cover all fields of theology and opportunities to scholars both coming from abroad and from Finland. We employ different kinds of researchers. We receive visiting researchers from abroad, and we also fund research programs and projects. And you will find more information on us on our website. And I just want to make a quick advertisement. Polin Institute organizes every semester, that means twice a year, a day conference called Polin Days. And the next theme of the conference is Decolonizing Theology. And we co-organize it with the Overseas Mission Study Center of Princeton Theological Seminary. And that will be already on the 5th of February. And you can attend it also online. And we will be covering global critical views on doing theology. The keynote will be presented by Professor Judlal Fernando from the Irish School of Ecumenics. He is originally from Sri Lanka. And as you can see in the list of other speakers, we are covering quite nicely most corners of the world. And before we go to the program itself today, I would like to point out that this is the QR code for Finnish translation. So if you need a Finnish translation, please connect through that QR code and you will get it through internet. Eli tällä QR-koodilla pystyt saamaan suomenkielisen käännöksen englanninkielisestä ohjelmastamme. Additionally, I would like to point out for those attending via Zoom that your chat function has been disabled, but instead you will be questions via question and answer function, Q&A function. So whenever you have got questions to the presenters, please write in the Q&A and we will take care of it, that they will be covered. So tässä on se QR-koodi käännökseen. So with no further ado, I will be handing over to
Do somebody still need the QR code?
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. And a warm welcome to all of you, both contributors and participants. Tervetuloa, välkommen. My name is Martina Björkander, and I will lead you through the program this afternoon. I'm working at Felm as the head of the Swedish-speaking work of Felm. But I have a past as a student and a co-worker of Åbo Akademi University, so that makes this role a special pleasure today. I have several, for instance, Professor Björn Vikström, who will be monitoring the Zoom discussion and telling us what's happening through Zoom. Also, Tove Höglund, who is a coordinator at the Polin Institute, will be helping out here today. So today's program will be conducted in English, and as you were already told, for those who want to listen to the program in Finnish, you can go through Zoom. We will now, without further delay, continue and proceed to our first keynote speaker, Reverend Dr. Anupama Hial. Dr. Hial works as the program executive for global public theology at the Lutheran World Federation in Geneva. She will share more about herself, her background, work, and studies in her presentation. So Dr. Hial, a warm applause. Welcome.
I say namaste. That's how we greet. I did not learn how to greet in Finnish, so namaste to everyone. Again, good afternoon, respected colleagues, friends, and fellow participants. It is a profound joy and honor to be part of the Missiological Symposium today at Åbo Akademi University. I hope I pronounce it correctly. I'm very much thankful to the Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission for having me here to reflect together on the future of mission. I'm delighted to bring greetings from the Communion Office of the Lutheran World Federation, Geneva, particularly from Dr. Anne Burghardt, the General Secretary, and Dr. Sivin Kitt, the Director for the Department of Theology, Mission, and Justice. Standing here as a Dalit women theologian, Dalits refers broadly to a social group in India that were historically excluded from the fourfold caste system of Hinduism. So standing as a Dalit women theologian here, I carry with me not only my theology and research, but also the lived experience of growing up in a mission compound setting in India. As a child in that location, mission meant something very tangible. It was the rhythm of daily life shaped by the presence of the stories and footprints that missionaries left. The schools, the prayers, the liturgy, the hymn, the theology, the community gathering, and the subtle ways in which faith was intertwined with mission. For me then was both a presence and an influence, an environment that offered care, hope, and knowledge, but also one that carried complexity, hierarchies, and cultural assumption, cultural dominance. I would only fully understand much later. My journey through theological study transformed the way I understand mission. What once seemed a uniform and unquestioned structure revealed itself to be deeply interwoven with culture, power, and history. As I encountered critical perspectives and the voice of marginalized communities, I began to see mission not just as something done to people, but as a relational and reciprocal calling, one that invites dialogue, humility, and justice. I'm here before you today with both honor and responsibility. Honor because my lived experience allows me to speak from a perspective that is often unheard in global mission conversation. And responsibility because that perspective reminds me that mission must be attentive to the marginalized, the oppressed, and those historically silenced. As Gayatri Spivak, in her article, Can the Subaltern Speak?, highlights the structural silencing of marginalized people or groups, especially women and colonized peoples, within dominant power system. She is not saying that subaltern people have no voice at all, but the existing political, social, and epistemic frameworks often prevent their voices from being recognized or heard on their own terms. In other words, even when subaltern speaks, their words are interpreted, filtered, or co-opted by those in power, rendering their agency incomplete or invisible. In the context of theology and mission, this has profound implications. It challenges churches and mission agency, particularly those in the global north, to listen critically and humbly to local communities, rather than imposing external framework, doctrines, or priorities. It reminds mission thinkers that decolonizing mission is not simply about transferring resources or leadership. It is about creating authentic spaces for historically silenced communities to define, narrate, and shape their own spiritual, social, and cultural realities. Thus, Spivak invites theologians and missionaries to examine the power dynamics embedded in speaking, interpreting, and representing, ensuring that the subaltern's voice is not replaced by well-meaning but controlling interventions. The Lutheran World Federation Report 2021 described how marginalized communities, refugees, internally displaced people, indigenous groups, ethnic minorities are supposed to organize and empower themselves, securing access to justice, education, and human rights on its humanitarian service side. The LWF's World Service brings a right-based approach, local to local, which is explicitly designed to ensure local voices are heard at national and global level, especially those of women and girls, those living with disabilities, youth, and other key groups. However, I'm deeply appreciative to the Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission for inviting me to share this reflection. And today, I hope to explore with you not only the changing landscape of mission globally, but also the ways in which mission can be reimagined through lens of decolonization, equity, and dialogue. Mission, for me, is no longer a distant ideal. It is a lived journey, embodied practice that fosters justice, accompaniment, and a deep call to engage faithfully with the world in ways that honor the dignity and agency of every person. So I would admit that I put 3 caps on my head today. One is of my own identity as a Dalit women theologian who has widely worked with the churches in global north, where the debate has already started on rethinking mission, and it continues with the topic of decolonization of mission. And lastly, I represent Lutheran World Federation, which is a global communion. So I'm not here to bring any solution for the future of mission, but to reflect on this theme together with you all. This keynote has 4 parts, starting with the meaning-driven mission. Secondly, mission in motion, mapping a global shift. Thirdly, mission of magnitude, making space through decolonizing in Lutheran World Federation. And fourthly, towards a decolonized future of mission, and that would be my concluding remarks. So I would like to start, as I mentioned, that the foundational question, what does mission mean today? The concept of mission has always been central to the life of Christian church, yet it has never remained static. Derived from the Latin missio, meaning sending, the term originally referred to the divine act of God, sending the Son into the world. David Bosch defines mission as the participation of Christians in the liberating mission of Jesus, wagering peace, justice, and the integration of creation. Christopher Wright broadened this understanding of emphasizing the Missio Dei, highlighting that God's mission encompasses the whole of creation, redemption, and restoration. Bevans and Schroeder describe mission as a together proclamation and listening evangelism. The Lutheran World Federation strategy clearly spells out that mission is holistic, not limited to proclamation or evangelism alone, but encompassing theological reflection, service to those in need, diaconia, social justice, human rights, humanitarian aid, development, advocacy, and interchurch and interfaith dialogue. So therefore, the mission identity of Lutheran World Federation is a shared vision liberated by God's grace, a communion in Christ, living and working together for a just, peaceful, and reconciled world. Recent missiological discourse argues that Christian mission is grounded in God's redemptive initiative, not institutional expansion. In the Global South, scholars highlight that mission must address structural injustice, poverty, religious pluralism, and post-colonial identity, integrating evangelism and social engagement as inseparable dimension. The new LWF strategy begins with a context analysis. We live in a world where nationalism, fundamentalism, xenophobia, extremism, racism, and populism is all regions are on the rise, where fear is exploited to build campaigns and maintain power. These social and political forces also have an impact on church life and mission today. Therefore, in the rapidly changing world, traditional understanding of mission is no longer sufficient. For much of modern history, mission was imagined primarily as the movement from west to the rest of the world, rooted on geography, one-directional sending, and the assumption that some places were Christian while others were mission-filled. And today's global realities overturn those assumptions and call for a profound shift in how mission is understood and practiced. Which leads to my second point, the mission in shift in mission. Historically, mission work was identified with Western churches sending workers to the unreached parts of the world, and most of the Western mission was closely tied with colonial expansion, often framed in terms of civilizing other cultures, is now undergoing one of the most profound transformations in its history. The shift of Christianity's demography and spiritual center from the global north to the global south, the acceleration of globalization, and the rise of digital and bivocational mission models are reshaping both the meaning and practice of mission. The question before us are not merely about geography or method, but about the very identity of mission itself. Who sends? Who receives? What does faithful witness look like in a post-colonial, pluralistic, and interconnected world? This perspective not only limited the church's theological imagination, but also imposed Eurocentric norms on indigenous population. This shift has led many to describe mission today as increasingly polycentric, truly from everywhere to everywhere. This has the mission consultation of LWF in 2025. While this is a development to celebrate, it also brings new challenges. The emergence of new mission center requires new forms of collaboration, deeper intercultural partnership, and a renewed commitment to mutually across the communion. At the same time, misleading theologies such as the prosperity gospel must be addressed, as they undermine the integrity of the biblical message and often exploit the most vulnerable. Although the global south experiences growth, many churches and population growth remain strongest in regions where religion commitment is high, and numerous LWF member churches in the global south continue to experience substantial expansion. For majority world, mission has become problematic. In many Western contexts, especially those influenced by post-colonial discourse, mission is often associated with the colonial history of cultural domination, forced assimilation, and suppression of local tradition. Even when churches never intended such harm, these historical legacies. As a result, some institutions have opted to rename their mission departments to phrases such as global engagement, international partnership, or intercultural ministry in an effort to convey humility, mutuality, and respect. This shift is part of broader commitment to decolonizing mission, a process that goes beyond terminology. It involves acknowledgement past harms, reshape the present practices, and intentionally building relationship grounded in equality and shared responsibility. I would like to come to the point of the mission of magnitude, how LWF is playing a role to decolonize its mission. So LWF is a global communion, you might all know, with 150 member churches in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, context deeply shaped by colonial history. And its openness to contextual mission offers a concrete institutional example of decolonized mission. Its 2017 formal resolution, Being Church in Context, and its role in mission church to rethink what mission means in its context. A call that aligns closely with decolonizing theological education and mission praxis. The LWF Constitution outlines foundational commitments that undergird this mission to further a united witness to the gospel of Jesus Christ, to strengthen member churches in their missionary and diaconial work, to promote social and economic justice, human rights, and care for creation, to foster cooperation among churches in theological study and joint task. One of the central features of the LWF's mission theology is its holistic approach, as I have mentioned, embracing three interrelated dimensions, that is proclamation, diaconia, and advocacy for justice, human rights, and systematic change. And this understanding was articulated in earlier official LWF document and continues to shape present mission strategy in the Lutheran World Federation. So I would also focus how LWF is encouraging the local adaptation of mission that is contextual, culturally sensitive, responsive to local needs and challenges, emphasizing equal partnership and mutual respect among churches, thereby resisting colonial and paternalistic mission models, and promoting the inclusion and participation across gender, age, ability, ethnicity in church and mission life, consistent with LWF's values of dignity, justice, inclusion, and diversity. Furthermore, the church's mission includes ecclesial unity and communion, working together across culture and context, nurturing the relationship among member churches. In this sense, mission is not optional or peripheral. It is central to what the church is called to be. The mission of the church is inseparable from its identity, its theology, and its life together in communion. In the 2025 Global Mission Consultation, held under the theme Embodying Hope, Renewing Mission in a Wounded World, church leaders, theologians, and mission partners from across LWF communion affirmed that mission must account for the multiplicity of context in which the churches live and witness. This polycentric, communion-wide understanding marks a shift from older, perhaps, Eurocentric model of mission from center to periphery. In the mission consultation, the General Secretary, Dr. Anne Burghardt, highlighted the theology she called hopeful incarnate theology. This theology is grounded in the incarnation of God in Jesus Christ and calls the church to embody the gospel in flesh and context, to discern the social, cultural, political realities in which people live, to speak and to act in which ways that are contextual, compassionate, and prophetic. Such theology witnesses that the gospel is good news for whole person and whole communities, body, soul, environment, and society. One of the most important contributions of LWF's renewed mission understanding is that it fosters a decolonizing approach to Christian mission, and that is transformation away from colonial era, assumption of cultural, theological, or institutional dominance towards mutual, contextual identity, social justice, and solidarity. So I would like to bring how different stages or different ways decolonized mission. The first one is from Eurocentric to polycentric. Historically, Christian mission was often tied with colonial expansion, cultural imposition, and unequal power relation between sending and receiving churches. And the LWF's recent reflection of embracing polycentric mission, as I have shared above, from everywhere to everywhere, lifting up diverse Lutheran identities across continents by giving voice to churches from Asia, Africa, Latin America, Middle East, and so on, and hearing their theological and contextual reflection, including those from the historically marginalized communities. And secondly, theology from the margin. At the Taiwan consultation, from an Indian context, a theologian described the theology of the cross as mission from the margin. A Dalit missiology is understanding God's presence, especially in wounded places, oppressed communities, those marginalized by caste or class. This kind of contextual theology, rooted in local suffering, injustice, social reality, challenges universalistic, culturally imposed theology and brings forward voices that are historically silenced. In that way, mission must become a decolonizing process, recovering dignity, amplifying marginalized voices, and reimagining theology and church life from context of pain, resilience, and hope. Justice, advocacy, and structural transformation. Decolonization is not just about cultural or theological shift. It's also about justice, power, dignity, and structural transformation. And LWF is engaged with advocacy, protection of refugees and displaced people, social cohesion, human rights, gender justice, climate justice, and care for creation. And that reflects the mission far beyond charity, a mission facing structural injustice and systemic inequalities. From misleading theology to responsible theologies. In many parts of the world, misleading theology are understood as teachings or interpretations that twist the core message of gospel, fragment Christian communities, or serve exclusionary agendas rather than embodying the liberating message of Christ. This misleading perspective often rely on simplistic answers, fear-based rhetoric, or ideologies that marginalize and divide communities. This observation reflects in LWF a concern that misleading theological narratives do not merely confuse doctrine, but actively undermine the unity and mission of the church. In contrast to misleading theology, responsible theology is a framework that places the gospel and centered in Christ at the heart of theological. Responsible theology seeks to heal, unify, and strengthen the church's mission by resisting harmful interpretation of the text and contextualize the text. I would like to bring my concluding remarks, how we can work towards a decolonized future of mission. Decolonized mission aligns itself with the struggle for justice against caste oppression, economic exploitation, ecological destruction, racism, patriarchy, and political violence. A genuinely decolonized mission must therefore disentangle itself from the historic entanglement of faith with imperial power, rejecting any lingering assumption that mission is a gentle export of civilization. Instead, mission could be reconceived as a practice grounded in humility, solidarity, and respect for local agency. One that acknowledges historical injustices, amplifies indigenous voices, and seeks to collaborate rather than command. In doing so, mission communities might shift from being conveyor of foreign cultural economic system to becoming partners in healing social transformation. Excuse me. I would like to suggest 3 areas where we could look towards decolonizing for the future of mission, looking at the future of mission. And the number 1 I would like to suggest is deconstruct colonial thinking. Deconstruct colonial thinking. Decolonizing mission begins with a deliberate unmasking of the colonial imagination that has shaped Christian outreach for centuries. And colonial thinking is not simply a historical phenomenon. It is an ongoing mindset embedded in theological frameworks, institutional priorities, mission itself. This mindset assumes that Christian faith is best understood, expressed, and governed through Western categories, treating certain cultures as normative and others as deficient or needing improvement. Such assumptions perpetuate a subtle hierarchy in which the missionary is positioned as the teacher, guide, or civilizer, while local communities become objects of salvation rather than subject of agency. Therefore, deconstructing colonial thinking requires critically examine these inherited assumptions and breaking open the theological frameworks that once justified domination. It means recognizing how Christianity was entangled with empire and how that entanglement continues to distort the way mission is imagined today. A decolonized mission must begin by taking seriously the epistemologies, wisdom, and spiritualities of local communities, rather than exporting prefericated models of church, education, or development. Mission must become where truth is discerned collaboratively and where local culture shape theology as much as they receive it. This deconstruction is not an act of rejection, but one of reorientation, an intentional move away from control and towards mutuality. When colonial thinking is dismantled, mission can emerge as a practice grounded in humility, deep listening, and solidarity. It becomes a space where new theologies arise from the margin, where communities reclaim their spiritual agency, and where Christian witness aligns with justice rather than domination. In this sense, deconstructing colonial thinking is both a theological necessity and an ethical responsibility. Secondly, deconstruct racial structure. To decolonize mission, it is essential to dismantle the racial structures that have long shaped ecclesial life and global Christianity. Missionary history is inseparable from the racial hierarchies produced by colonialism, hierarchies that elevated European identity as morally and spiritually superior, skinned people as primitive or less capable of theological reasoning. These assumptions justified not only political conquest, but also the imposition of Western liturgy, ethics, education, and church governance on communities around the world. Even after the end of formal colonialism, racialized patterns of power continue to influence who leads, who speaks, and who is considered authoritative in theological and ecclesial space. Deconstructing racial structure means naming this legacy honestly and refusing to sensitize mission history. It requires churches and mission institutions to examine how racism operates today through representation, decision-making, funding priorities, and the continued privileging of Western theological production. Anti-racism in mission is not merely a moral stance. It is a structural commitment that demands redistribution of authority, resources, and interpretive power. And this includes amplifying indigenous theologians, supporting leadership from community historically excluded from power, and acknowledging as a monopoly on Christian truth. Moreover, deconstructing racial structures calls for a mission that participating in the broader struggles against racism in society, aligning with movements for caste justice, Black liberation, Dalit empowerment, and indigenous rights. Mission becomes decolonized when it works to heal the wounds caused by racial categorization and when it embraces the full humanity of every community as made in the image of God. By dismantling racism as both institutional and theological levels, mission can become a transformative force for justice rather than an extension of historical inequalities. The third is deconstruct the boundaries of intercultural openings. A decolonized mission requires not only confronting internal hierarchies, but also opening space for genuine intercultural encounter. Colonial mission created rigid boundaries between sender and receiver, teachers and learner, center and periphery. These boundaries prevented mutual exchange and forced local communities to confront to imported cultural expectation. Therefore, deconstructing such boundaries means embracing mission as polyphonic and reciprocal movement of the spirit, not a one-way transfer of religious goods from developed to developing worlds. Intercultural openings require posture of curiosity, vulnerability, and willingness to be transformed by the other, rather than assuming that Christian identity is already complete within one cultural framework. Therefore, decolonizing mission recognizes that the global body of Christ is enriched through diversity. Christians from different contexts bring distinct experience of suffering, resilience, and hope, and each offering insights into God's presence in the world. When boundaries are deconstructed, mission becomes a shared journey where all participants learn, unlearn, and grow together. Today's Christian mission, therefore, faces both opportunity and challenges. The global shift of the churches centered to the global south, coupled with the enduring legacies of colonialism, demands a rethinking of what it means to witness faithfully in a complex, interconnected world. A decolonized mission begins with humility, acknowledging past injustices, dismantling hierarchical and racial structures, and amplifying voices that have long been marginalized. It requires embracing intercultural dialogue, allowing diverse communities to shape theology, practice, and witness in ways that reflects their context and experiences. Differences is not a barrier, but a gift that enriches the global body of Christ. In this vision, mission is profoundly relational and globally grounded. Communities across cultures engage as equal, learning from one another while contributing their unique insights to God's redemptive work. By embracing decolonization as a guiding principle, the church can participate in a mission that is authentic, inclusive, and transformative. A mission that embodies God's kingdom through justice, dignity, and flourishing for all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Hial, for your interesting and insightful speech about the future of missions and the need for decolonization and transforming global mission. And also for sharing something about your personal experiences. We have now reserved some time for questions and comments on this presentation. To make it easier in Zoom, we ask you once again to use the Q&A part to pose your questions to Dr. Hial. And here in the hall, if you just show that you have something that you want to ask a question, then Tove will come with the microphone so everyone can hear what you are asking. And also Björn is ready to assist here. So please, is here anyone who would like to ask something from Dr. Hial or comment on what was shared with us?
I can take one from the internet. Is Felm needed in the future if LWF would work best in inclusion of all churches in mission?
Can you kindly repeat?
Is Felm needed in the future if LWF would work best in inclusion of all churches in mission? So which is the peculiar responsibility of LWF?
Can we take two more and then?
Ilari Rantakari, thank you for an excellent presentation and food for thought. I would like to ask if this decolonizing is also related to, in your view, to maybe other religions also. Is there also a need to of thinking? I'm especially thinking the Indian situation also, where you have a number of religions and number of experiences, not only positive ones. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Maybe one more question and then I can answer. If there is any question or comment or reflection or addition, I would welcome. Okay. Thank you very much for your questions. The first question is Felm need the future of mission, right?
Yes, if all churches should be included in the missionary work. So what is the role of LWF in the, let's say, on the global field of mission?
Yeah, I think what I have seen the presentation from Mika, sorry. I saw in the beginning the purpose of Felm and the work you're doing. I think this is very much closely related with the work that LWF is doing, the humanitarian work, the diaconal and all these things. And I think it is important that as an organization or as an international organization, we include our member churches, whether it is Felm or LWF, and how we are transforming or translating our message to the member churches is important. But at the same time, I would also say that all member churches are not from the same context. So it may differ from one to another. So it is also can be a challenge, but I'm sure that we have to include all the member churches. Mm-hmm. whether the other religion needs decolonization, the direct answer is yes. I think it is not about just on our religion or Christianity. I think any religion, in any religion where there is dominance, where there is injustices, where there is discrimination, this has to be changed. And I think these all are parts of the decolonizing process. So definitely every religion needs decolonization of mission.
Niko Humalista from Felm. And I liked almost every part of it. And the only thing that I'm a little bit wondering, in the sense that, for instance, I work quite a lot with politicians, and for instance, quite many of them would not kind of acknowledge the existence of colonial thinking in their practices and whatnots. So when I was listening to your presentation, I think you are quite well describing this kind of transformative changes in order for the missionary work to become something different, something more grounded in human rights and justice and all that. But then my question is about this kind of incremental changes, in the sense that when you have seen these kind of transformations take place in missionary work, where has it started? In a way, is there like not like a handbook? Of course, it's always contextual, but what are these kind of really good openings to starting up these kind of dialogues? Thank you.
So your question is where do we see the starting point of transformation? I think, thank you very much for your question. I agree with you, and it is a process. Transformation is not, it doesn't, there it comes, the role and the call of the church. I think it is important as a church community or as an organization or as an agency where we work. I think we measure our work, and the transformation, I would also emphasize, starts on me and you. It should start with individuals, and then it goes to our organization, because that is where I also always emphasize deconstructing our theological, our colonial thinking. I think it is important that we change ourselves, we transform ourselves, we transform our thinking, then we reach to the society. So I would say that it should start with individual like you and me.
Here's a comment. I'll take the liberty to turn also into a question. Thank you so much for the mind-opening perspective to the term mission. We use in goodwill, not fully understanding how it's interpreted in the churches of the Global South. Equality in the relationships between churches is to be embraced by us. But the question I create out of this is the word mission problematic in let's say, churches of the Global South, as here is said, due to its history? Do we need the word mission still to be saved?
Very interesting question and very important question. Thank you very much for this. I think you will agree with me if some of you have traveled to Global South. Mission word is not a problem for many churches. The discussion on the post-colonial theory has started in Global South quite early, but now in the Global North, actually it is a problem. So for the Global South, the church is not a problem, because we have been discussing, I've been working in the Global North for a couple of times, since a couple of years, and I see the debate is very strongly going on because of the many issues. But now, when we go with this problem to Global South, they say that it's not a problem for us. For example, we had a seminar last year in Tanzania about the decolonizing mission, and they said mission is not a problem for us. But I think there are different levels of of problem when we see this. And I think it is Global North is reflecting on this already and debating on the mission word. But for Global South, mission has a problem. Therefore, I was sharing with people that I am a little bit isolated in my church because I talk from the post-colonial perspective. It is not easy to talk because still we believe, and we believe for this glorification of mission. And we are yet to think academically, yes, we are far ahead. But when we go to the church, to the congregation, it is still with the same glorification and empire of the white people. Mm-hmm.
My name is Sigríður Guðmarsdóttir. I come from the University of Iceland, and I'm also a research fellow at Polin Institute. Thank you for this wonderful lecture, very informative and very well presented. And I would like to continue what has been discussed here about colonial thinking and decolonization and the way in which you talked about the necessity of people speaking in respect to one another, which then also means that missional relations are more reciprocal than the old colonial framework indicated. So what I would like to ask you are also very close to diaconal thinking about the respect for the other, about diaconia. And now I'm thinking diaconia in context and mission in context, the documents from the first decade of the 21st century. So I have a double wish for you. On the one hand, if you could speak a little bit about those connections between diaconia and mission in a decolonial perspective. And then on the other, a very direct question, because I really liked the old documents on diaconia in context and mission in context, but they are sadly outdated because they are almost 25 years old. So is the LWF planning on updating them or write something new, especially from a decolonial perspective? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, to your second question, LWF is working on it, and then the diaconical service is very, very strong and very powerful, what LWF is doing with the member churches, and it is on the process. And if you see our strategy, the new strategy from 2025 to 2031, you could see it and you can visit our website and read it. I am sorry I did not bring any report or books, but you can go and read it. It is on the process. And of course, yeah, diaconical service of decolonization, I agree with you. And I acknowledge that also the missionaries' work, which they have done, the service to the people. And I myself, as I always say that I'm a product of missionaries. So the education is a part of the diaconial service that missionaries have done. And that is where I am standing. So I have to keep balance on this, because my existence has to do with the mission history. I cannot deny that. But at the same time, I would also, from the decolonizing perspective, I think the question is who holds the power today, and who defines theology, and who control the resources, even when we are doing the diaconical work. So these questions I would like to keep in my mind when I think about diaconial to decolonize perspective.
And again, a comment and question from the Q&A. Thank you so much, dear Dr. Hial, for your impressive presentation on future scenarios for mission work. When it comes to the decolonizing the inherited theological, missiological framework, it will be challenging. But what will be the most challenging part if the decolonization of the missional theology will be taken seriously? Is deconstructing colonial thinking harder than applying what is deconstructed for the effective gospel communication? And for whom is the most difficult to make? Is it most difficult to make new changes, for elderly church leaders or for younger generations? How will you reflect on these questions?
Thank you very much for the questions, brother or sister from Myanmar. I think it has to do very much with the context. How do we approach it? Sometimes in academic setting, it is easy. You're right, saying that it is a big challenge to approach from post-colonial or decolonizing approach in the congregation or a normal believer or to the elders. But I think it is important that we start changing the perspective. We start teaching the people, because the process has already been started. It is important that we put this into our congregation. It is not easy, as I know from my own experience also. Even my own father challenged me with this, and I challenge him. But slowly, he is also changing his mind and teaching. So I think it is not easy, but it is not impossible.
And would you say it's easier for older people or for younger people to take part in this decolonization?
I think it depends. It depends which setting are you. But for older people, for my experience, is a little bit difficult. It is rooted so much with the missionaries, and if they have connected or worked with the missionary, it is not very easy to change. But I think we can teach the younger generation not to withdraw the mission work, but I think in a constructive way we should teach, which is theologically authentic and relevant to effectively work on our indigenous values of our own context.
Now we will take one more question.
Thank you. Danielle Miettinen from Finnish Lutheran Overseas Mission, Communications Manager there. It is very easy to relate to the goals you have beautifully exposed. Thank you for them. But I have a problem. And it's I do not see these problems you expose on the structural levels. So where for the need to decolonize?
Thank you very much. You come from Felm, right?
Finnish and Overseas Mission. It's a small organization.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad that you have a problem. Because if there is no problem, there is no beauty. So they say that the problem is fine. This has been a very strong statement from many people from the global north. I'm sorry to say that, but sometimes we need to open our eyes to see that. I worked in a global north for a couple of years, and when we were fighting for anti-racism, people say, I'm not a racist, and I don't know, there is no racism in our structure. There is no racism in our church. But I think it is important to recognize the problem. And only when you want to see, you can see. So I think it is important when we as a theologian, as a church members, as a church agency, it is important to identify the problem. And in a smaller way, if there is, I don't think that there is no problem. I don't think, maybe in Finnish church there is not, but because it is a different church, I don't know, I have not learned about the history part, but I think it is important that where there is a need of decolonizing, we should step in. And where there is no problem, it is fine. But I think we should open our eyes to reimagine and rethink mission from different perspectives. Then we see the situation and challenges. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the questions and comments.
Thank you, Dr. Hial. And thank you to all of you who contributed with your own questions and comments. We will now continue with the next part of our program and invite the Executive Director of Felm, Reverend Pauliina Parhiala, who will come and give her comments and thoughts on this subject. So, welcome, Pauliina.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, all participants here in beautiful Turku, but also there online, and particularly warm welcome to the Felm Fellowship participants. This is the first event of the fellowship this year. And I would also like to thank Akademi University and Polin Institute for collaboration organizing this event. Thank you, Dr. Hial, for your very well elaborated perspective on mission. I'm keen to agree with you on your analysis, including the need to unpack, deconstruct, and unmask colonial thinking. I'm also tempted to ask myself, yourselves, and everyone 3 questions. First, if the process of decolonization, eagerly called by churches and civil society, fits well to the world, which seems to prefer less narratives of decolonial, narratives of geopolitics and neocolonial rule. Secondly, what do we think of the mission in the global north? Mission in the global north. And thirdly, what is the role of the churches in the global south in that mission in the global north? This is not to overlook any of the important perspectives of Dr. Hial, but to add on to the conversation from our context. As mentioned, decolonization is the process through which colonized nations gain political independence, and the wider process of dismantling colonial structures in mind, ideology, religion, exercise of power, and other, and involves achieving sovereignty and self-governance, reclaiming cultural ideology, language, and traditions, and realizing right to self-determination. Process to break away from external rule and regain autonomy. Neocolonialism, on the other hand, points to the new forms of control and independence. Neocolonial thinking is exercised often through more indirect means, not direct rule. Key characteristics of neocolonialism include powerful nations' influence on other countries through economic pressure, through loans and trade agreements, or through actions by multinational corporations. Control may be exerted through globalization and capitalism, and through military or cultural dominance. The purpose is an inequality hidden beneath economic and cultural partnerships, while the rule-based international order, at least formally, seeks to bring balance into the geopolitical struggle. One may, of course, question this as well, at least as it relates to the ineffective UN Security Council, dominated still by major powers and the West. While the strategies of neocolonial power have evolved, some of the practices have been quite well sustained. These include extracting natural resources with limited local benefit, creating economic dependence through investment patterns, and shaping consumer culture in ways which weaken local industries. Austerity measures to cut social spending, Privatization policies transferred national assets into foreign hands and exposing local economies into global volatility. All of those can override national policy choices. These key elements of playbook of international financial institutions of neocolonial policymaking. The Jubilee 2025 brought some limited visibility to debt dependency. Loans from rich and national or global institutions often tie countries to long-term financial obligations. Similarly, trade agreements lock developing economies often into low-value export roles and favor foreign corporations through binding rules on taxes and regulatory systems. Media and consumer brands may also be used as part of neocolonialism. All of this is very familiar to us, but recently we have been seeing an evolution of neocolonialism, which traditionally has been more about markets, money, corporations, and global institutions, and less about armies and flags. The neocolonial geopolitics today is shaped by global power competition, asymmetric economic relationships, strategic dependency, and ideological influence rather than direct rule. The behavior of some major powers like United States, China, and Russia reflects these dynamics in a very distinct but also interconnected ways. United States geopolitical strategy is shaped by its efforts to preserve influence in an increasingly multipolar world. According to recent geopolitical analysis, US foreign policy frequently involves containment strategies, alliance building, and economic influence. The US attempts to constrain both strategy that analysts describe a dual containment, which inadvertently strengthens China-Russia coordination. China's rise is central to today's geopolitical shifts as well. Though China rejects accusations of neocolonial behavior, analysts identify patterns that resemble economic and strategic dominance, especially in the global south. China seeks a world where Beijing increasingly shapes political, economic, and ideological context, for example, appealing by those who are frustrated with Western hypocrisy. Russia also plays a role as a disruptive global power who seeks to weaken Western influence and restore its own sphere of dominance. They challenge existing norms and exploit US-China tensions to increase their own relevance, use soft power through disinformation, well known for us here in Finland, and AI-enabled propaganda, and military assertive behavior, like the war in Ukraine. So while other powers do their best to resist hegemony and pursue technological sovereignty in this age, I think we also need to do our best as churches and Christian actors to find ways to challenge these neocolonial dynamics and defend justice, freedom, rule of law, and democracy, and put our language of priority to the poor and marginalized into action. Dear friends, Christian communities have historically played crucial roles in resisting oppression, defending human rights, and empowering marginalized peoples. In the context of modern neocolonialism, where power is exercised through economics, culture, and influence rather than direct rule, I believe the churches have potential to act as moral counterweights, as community defenders, and as agents of transformation. Many neocolonial patterns persist because the voices of the global south are muted or continue to be overshadowed. In this context, churches can support indigenous theologians, educators, and community leaders avoid Western cultural models as Christian norms and avoid falling into love with Christian nationalism, encourage mutual listening rather than one-directional teaching. Church organizations have also deep roots in communities, and I believe they are well positioned to teach principles of nonviolent participation, civic responsibility and accountability, support local conflict resolution and peace-building initiatives, encourage democratic habits at the community level without imposing political agendas. Modern neocolonialism often manifests through exploitative foreign investment and debt dependency, land grabbing and extractive industries. I believe that the churches and Christian communities can have a role there as well to promote ethical investment, to support rights and justice, and to support overall sustainable development. I believe that with this we can offer an alternative model to exploitation. Churches need to remain also critical to our own behaviors and how we may fall eagerly into the trap of being justifiers of geopolitical and securitized narratives. This is also something I believe my own church should reflect. As actors for development, humanitarian work, and climate policies, we are also increasingly at the risk of being instrumentalized for trade purposes when governments shape their policies to those directions. And I believe that for organizations like Felm, it is also important to reflect the same. With this, I believe that the church and the churches need to reflect on their relationship and their theology vis-à-vis nation state in general. This may be painful for some, but I believe it will be necessary. Dear friends, recently I saw a newspaper article here in Finland which shared good news from the small parish of Kiuruvesi. I wonder if some of you saw the same news a couple of days ago, where the parish had invited tired mothers to stay overnight with them and had organized childcare to their children. Did anyone see this story? I see a few of you did. The mothers would be welcomed with warm beds and saunas, of course, good dinner and beautiful morning brunch and plenty of free time to themselves. The overnight stay has received a lot of interest and will take place actually later this week. Some other parishes, it seems, are now reflecting to organize something similar. While reflecting on the mission of the Church in the global North, in contexts often described by their strong secularism, I came to think of the example of the small parish of Kiuruvesi and their ability to embody gospel in body, soul, and context. Secular societies are not hostile to hope. For it, the Church Christian hope in a way that is authentic, that is humble, towards the common good. Therefore, it is important to live hope before explaining it. Is there a better illustration of nourishing hope than to offer caring rest for a tired mother? Living hope means promoting peace and forgiveness, even if there is conflict, polarization, and anxiety. It means being generous in materialistic settings, and it means being humble in this age of endless self-promotion. So instead of opting for nationalistic agendas, the churches and Christians can choose care and hope, serving their neighborhoods, modeling kindness in public discourse. I believe that churches have potential to address deep secular longings, loneliness, longing for purpose and meaning, longing for spiritual community. All of those can be met by purpose, community, sense of dignity, sense of grace. Churches can invite people to come and find the love they were made for. Open tables, meals, safe spaces for conversations, they can inspire and offer those spaces where people can be met. These can communicate the warmth of Christian hope. Secular culture in the global north leaves people with a story of individualism, story of random existence, and story of self-creation, where you are never enough. Christian hope offers a larger story. It offers a story of being known and loved and called and forgiven and destined for renewal. Also, it gives a promise of a world which is being made new too. As the global south is now the heart of Christian vitality, vibrant worship, very strong prayer culture, resilient faith under pressure, and deep community life can give us some example. Many societies in the global north experience secularization, loneliness, and spiritual curiosity without always a focus on institutional religion. We face many global problems, such as climate change, which we can in fact only solve if we do it together, combining our resources. It is actually impossible to think that we would achieve much without it. Deal with mission needs of the North. I'm bound to think that we are tied to each other's journeys, not just due to the past, but also due to the current and the future. Christ's church is worldwide, and it is so that we would be one. I think in the mission we should focus more on mutuality than on the old mission models. We should shift mission from the North sends, South receives modality into a lived, we are co-workers of Christ culture. But this requires shared leadership, shared theological reflection, shared decision-making, and equal partnership. I think we in the global North could learn from our colleagues from the global South, from their particular spiritual strengths. I may be wrong here, but what I have witnessed myself is strong prayer-centered spirituality and a community-based faith with shared life and hospitality and kind of lived holistic mission. I believe that these gifts can also speak to our societies and to our parishes. I think mission is increasingly reciprocal. And in our dialogues with our partners, we have also discussed about possibilities to encourage missionaries to the global North, to even to our own contexts, to support the work our parishes do. And I believe that there is a way to benefit from our partners from Global South's fresh, from their stories and testimonies and from their spiritual authority, and particularly from their worldview that blends faith in everyday life and is not compartmentalized like in our lives. Often it is that faith is somewhere there in a special box sitting alone. I think when this is paired with our northern understanding of secular psychology and maybe cultural skepticism and also our post-Christian identities and sensitivity to trauma and abuse, I think we can actually work well together. That work particularly in urban settings. I think many of our partners have good experience in reaching people in the urban contexts. And I think we can learn from them. So in brief, I feel there's a lot to do together. While we need to reflect on and continue to reflect on the past and this relationship which we have had and the relationship to which we are transforming together, I think it's equally important for us to reflect on the new and what is ahead of us and how we can work together in the future. To finalize, there was a good question in the Q&A. I take one part of that question. Is Felm needed in the future? I think it's an important question for us in the Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission. And it is actually something we reflect frequently. Not just with the Felm, but if we are still needed, what is the role we should play in this big ecosystem of actors in God's mission in the world? What it is that we uniquely can offer, or where we have particular gifts or resources, and what it is that we should not do because actually others are better positioned to work there. And we are celebrating the results of the mission work of many of our partners around the world, who are growing not just their own churches, but also churches in neighboring countries. And we are able to kind of be joyful with them for the results of their work. So in a way, it is a question to be asked, are we needed in the future? While in a principled level, all Christians are always needed to be the hands and feet of God's work in the world. But are we as an organization, is our story sort of coming to an end? And we actually asked this last year or a year ago from our partners as well. And they were able to identify many issues where they still wish that we work together. And that it is not about us giving and then receiving, but us connecting our gifts and working together and being part of the same story. But just to finalize, I believe it's a question to reflect really, and maybe one day we will not be needed as an organization any longer. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Pauliina. As a continuation on the topic, we will now move on to a discussion entitled Go Home, Missionary. Some of you may have wondered about the somewhat provocative title of the discussion. Throughout most of the 20th century, there was an ongoing debate about the role of missionary organizations and missionaries. The debate was particularly heated in The debates were particularly heated in the 1960s and 1970s, when many countries gained independence from their colonial powers, while at the same time many churches were established and separated from the Western founders. The slogan, "Go Home, Missionary," is from this time. It was even suggested that all missionaries should return home, at least for some time, in order to break the inequality between young churches and their Western founders. This proposal was never implemented as such, but the issue continues to be a topic of debate even today. As a lead-in to the discussion, we will start by watching a video recorded with Dr. Reverend Bruk Ayele from the Evangelical Mekane Jesus Church in Ethiopia. Dr. Ayele is also a member of the Felm International Advisory Board. So let's watch this pre-recorded video first.
I think this is a very critical question. There are some inevitable shifts and changes, both at the Christian mission and the entire Christianity. It has already been shifted. The center of gravity of Christianity has shifted from the west and the north to the south and the east. So that shift entails the shift of mission as well. So I would say, in terms of mission, what is inevitable from what we are looking now is mission would have several centers. It could be polycentric kind of mission in the coming decades, where Global South, especially Africa, and of course Asia, being source of mission globally. But in fact, we have to define mission itself. When I'm talking about mission, it's more of the Great Commission. And I may discuss or respond to what we call about mission in Mekani Jesus. But yeah, mission, sending missionaries in a holistic way. So Mekani Jesus and many other churches in Ethiopia have already started sending missions globally. Asians have been sending a big number of missionaries. So the South and the East are now really growing intentionally, sending missionaries. So yeah, so that is a huge and inevitable shift, I would say. On top of that, I would say there is reciprocity, partnership would also be inevitable. Mission would not have exactly the same kind of trend that one part of the body of the church is sending and the other side of the body of Christ is just simply receiving. But in the coming decades, it should be a kind of partnership is inevitable. So both sending and receiving bodies should involve in mission together. So both should work together. What's inevitable is the West and the North secularization would be a major challenge for mission altogether. I think basically it's advanced training, especially in theological education and other areas. That is one area we expect the North and the West should involve. And also, West is still rich in terms of resource. Resource sharing could be another area, and resource, human resource, financial resource, and more importantly, technological resource is very crucial. Equipment. Media, larger Zoom meeting setups, cameras. So all those are related to the setups for example, videotaping and all those things. Studios, for example, advanced studios because mission would be done through more of social media. I'm very sure that Mekani Jesus really appreciates partnership on mutual respect, partnership based on reciprocity rather than one side is giving and the other side is receiving. So respect, equality, unity in Christ, all those are expected from mission partners, and partnership is still very much at the top need of the church. Mekani Jesus mission is it's very much coined around the concept and motto of holistic mission. Unlike modern Western mission, Mekani Jesus mission primarily is around verbal mission and practical mission holistically together. Great Commission is still at the center. Discipling disciples is at the center. Bringing more souls to the kingdom is at the center. So that is where Mekani Jesus in particular and many Global South churches are focusing on. So that is how we want to operate. But that does not mean we just simply give up or skip the other humanitarian advocacy and other parts of service. So it's basically embedded in preaching the gospel, proclaiming Jesus Christ as the savior of all human beings. I think this is related to the first question. We expect it's a polycentric, sending both sides, sending and coming, working together, and working in unity, in oneness, but still focusing in both proclaiming and service together. One cannot be effective without the other. So that is where our emphasis is. So, of course, global ecumenism and mutual respect is at the center. That is a kind of mission partnership we are expecting in the future. Yes, go home missionary, that slogan, that assumption, statement, coming from colonial mentality, when missionaries were connected to colonialism with paternalistic kind of mission. But that mission image is changed now, is in the process of changing. So partnership at equal level, mutuality, is inevitable. So, and it erodes completely the unity of the church. We are one in Christ. You cannot correct mistake by another mistake. So we are one in Christ. We work for unity, togetherness, and for global mission. And still, the main Great Commission that we have not reached all the unreached people yet. So here in Ethiopia, there are lots of people who never heard the gospel. So that is the field of mission. We want to work together. Bible translation is, for example, another area we want to work together. So there are lots of other areas we want to work together. Advocacy, climate change, I can just go and go. So those are the things we can do together. And today, globalization is also another factor that one part of the world cannot function without the other part of the world. But that is more so in the church. So the church is united, and the whole concept of go home missionaries is against that major mandate that we work together in Christ.
I think this was a very good discussion. Participants in this discussion about the missionary role are Pauliina Parhiala from Felm, Dr. Anupama Hial, and then Dr. Docent Magnus Riska, who is the new mission director of the mission agency Sober International. So I would now invite the participants to come front here, and while the participants gather here in front, I would suggest that you all stand up, stretch a bit, maybe move around a little, so you will have energy to continue for a little while longer. Thank you.
We have not met before. Can you imagine? That's very surprising. We'll sit around. No, I mean, you can also sit here.
This is the about yes. Would you like to come a little bit near?
I think that's
Then it looks
yes.
So we will continue. It's
Yeah.
nice to see that so many of you already found someone to talk to. And after this discussion, there will be a break, and then you can continue your discussions. So welcome to our panelists. There were many interesting questions that Dr. Ayele addressed in the video. And I thought that perhaps we could start this discussion by asking our panelists to answer some of the questions that Dr. Ayele did. The first question he talked about was, what kind of changes are we likely to see in Christian mission work in the coming decades? So what kind of changes are we likely to see in Christian mission work? So is there anyone who is really eager to answer the question, or Magnus? He hasn't been allowed to speak yet, so Magnus is starting.
Thank you, Marika. I can begin. I have just returned from Ethiopia at the end of October. I've been there for 4 years with my wife Gunilla, and now like twice I know Dr. Bruk Ayele. He is not only pastor in the church, he is the former leader of Mekane Jesus Seminary, and he was also one of the candidates to be a president in the last president, I mean for the whole church, like we could call him for arch president if we would use our words. He's mentioned, for example, he mentioned education. That is one of the reasons that we have been sending people to Ethiopia. You used Dr. Hial, you used the terms 3 caps. That was nice. I think I have 3 caps also. I'm trying to kind of, my last cap, missionaries, trying now to move on from that, and one as a scientist, and the 3rd cap as a director. Now I'm thinking that I've been listening to you as a scientist, but I speak now from a standpoint of a missionary. And I mean, our organization is so international. We are targeting unreached people. That is our main target. There are many people who know it. We are target. There are 97% of missionaries today. They are working in places where there are already churches or Christians, and only 3% are doing pioneer work. So that is one of our targets in a way. So it was strange to send me, for example, to Ethiopia. But one of the reasons of that, I was teaching at Tabor Evangelical College in Hawassa, and most our students, they are evangelists. They can go to places that we cannot go, to locals. And so education, I think, is something that Dr. Bruk wanted, and that is something that we wanted, and that's in a way a change that we can help people if they want us. And my final word is that final thoughts about this is that we are really, it was a grace to be received by the African people, because there is no reason whatsoever for what the white to be nicely received. A white person would nicely be nice being so behaving so badly against them. And I'm just many times during our stay there, I wonder, why are they smiling so nicely towards us? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Bruk, for your presentation. I really enjoyed. And the slogan, "Go Home," is a very powerful and provocative slogan. But I feel that it is not sufficient constructive theology of mission. But also this slogan has a theological, political, and historical protest. And I think you have brought out very nicely. And what Dr. Bruk is emphasizing is a polycentric mission. I think that I would like to also emphasize that if we want to see the changes in the Christian mission, the mission has to be looked from the polycentric perspective, mission from everywhere to everywhere. Secondly, I think Dr. Bruk also has emphasized on equal partnership. Equal partnership, it is not from top to down, but I think we have to have the eye-to-eye partnership. And to have this, it is important that we develop the mutual trust to each other. I think the trust is very important, and to have change in our partnership or to have equal partnership, trust is important if we want to see changes in our Christian mission today. I think I also agree with the point that has been shared that the education can also bring in changes in Christian mission. And how can we have a effective global exchange from global south to global north, or global north to global south, is another point I would like to highlight, which also Dr. Bruk also has pointed out. And through this, I think we could bring changes in our Christian mission, not only in one side, but also to both sides. As Dr. Polin also has pointed out in her speech that that it is important that we learn from each other. And I think Dr. Bruk very rightly said that we both need each other. The churches, global south to global north. So do with each other together. So strongly to build the equal partnership, and then we see the change in Christian mission. That's how I take it from Dr. Bruk. Thank you very much.
Well, it tempts me to start a very long list of things which will be changing or which are likely to change, but maybe it's better to just lift up a few. And I don't know if these are the most important changes, but definitely some of the changes. I think the main actors in the mission in the future will be young people of the global south. Well, first of all, the population is growing. The contexts of the global south are increasingly young, and they are increasingly religious. So that's why I'm concluded that most likely the key actors will be the youth of the global south. Secondly, an observation which I've made with a number of my colleagues is that we are already in a situation where in the global north, many of the church leaders have no experience of the international work of the church. This was not the case before. Many church leaders had some experience. They had like a personal relationship to it. There was some, cultivation of their contacts and their experiences when they were in the early formative years. But this is not the case any longer, which means that many relationships which have sort of carried mission of the ecumenical movement in particular are more likely to grow weaker from the perspective of global north. Then thirdly, I think an important likely change is that the money to do mission is coming increasingly from the global south, where economies are growing instead of shrinking, and where maybe individual philanthropists, people who of goodwill, will play a significant role, not governments, but people of goodwill. And then finally, I would also lift up this issue of mission being conducted very much through social media and through various digitalized forms of mission. I think the churches and value-based group and they have the capacity to shift moral and social standards and behaviors, and that makes them important and interesting also for those who seek power. So as we do mission increasingly through social media and digitalized means, there's also a big attraction to somehow for those who seek to misuse information. So I think in a new way, churches and Christian groups and other faith-based groups are likely to become interesting and also targets for these kinds of behaviors, kind of unwanted behaviors. So these are some changes I could see.
The question of the role of missionaries has probably occupied the church throughout its history. But which topics are particularly relevant today? And how do you see the future of foreign missionaries? What do you see from your perspective? What are the most relevant topics today, and what do you see in the future?
Maybe I can continue so you can rest a bit. As we know from a missiology perspective, there are 3 billion people that are defined as unreached today. And the numbers that I have studied and heard about, that there are only 10% of the missionaries that are working as these people that are, and these people, 90% of these unreached people, they are positioned in the 1040 window from West Africa to East Asia. So I think that it is good that we have partnership, and we need to have partnership. We definitely, if there are 3 billion people unreached, we need also to go personally, some organization with the resources, to those that are unreached today. And that is very important.
It's a very crucial question when about the role of the foreign mission. And again, I would like to repeat the thing that I have shared in my presentation. It is sometimes the slogan, again, I would like to reflect that, the go home. It is not who goes home. It's not to the foreign missionary or to the people who goes home. That is not about the question. The question is who holds power, who define theology, who control resources. I think it is the role of foreign mission to reflect on these questions when we talk about future of mission. I again look from the decolonizing or post-colonial perspective. So I think it is important questions that we, the foreign missionary, should reflect on. Then we go in another further partnership.
So to add to what you just said, I think there is also two other power issues which we are likely to see. First of all, I think overall there is a lot of importance to focus on what I would call accountability to the affected people. So the people who are there in the communities, who are there in the pews of the churches, that whatever is done with them and however they are being treated and led, that these processes are transparent and accountable. I think there will be more and more attention to that, regardless of who is the actor, whether they are local actors or foreign actors. There is the expectation that relationships are accountable, they are transparent, there is no abuse of any kind, abuse of power of any kind. So I think that is an important expectation. Then I think we see in the religious communities often very hierarchical leadership structures where the top leadership has a lot of respect. There is a strong power or large power distance between the top leader and the followers, etc. I think this will be a contested space in the future. We see that there is overall kind of authoritarianism is growing, and some people are trying to have more power than the others. And also some people are calling for authoritarian leaders. It's not to my taste, frankly, but I mean, this is what we see, that authoritarianism is growing. People are calling for big leaders in a way. So I think we could see these kinds of religious communities where you have this, top leader who has a lot of power, who maybe has a lot of wealth and many followers. And then you could also see communities where actually this model is being challenged and they want to see a different kind of leadership model. And they want to question kind of like traditional institutions, structures and hierarchies and leadership. So I think the power issue can be within the religious sort of context, a kind of contested issue moving forward. I think for me, a third big issue to be discussed is those moments where people of different faiths are meeting. So how do we coexist in this planet in a peaceful manner? How do we dialogue with one another? How can we respect each other's different ways of believing, our different value systems? So I think for me, that would be a third important point, that we also from the Christian perspective, we proactively seek those skills and abilities in our localities to meet with people of other faiths. And for example, in this city, that we are able to build a sense of community, even if we don't share the same faith.
Maybe I just would like to also add 2 words to that. I think historically, we also need to repent, and repentance is also an important aspect of the role of the church in the global north, and also redistribution of power, which you have mentioned, I think, which is quite important for me.
An interesting thing that Dr. Ayele talked about is a polycentric kind of mission. And he mentions that African and Asian churches already send missionaries within their countries, but also to neighboring countries and even to Western countries, to Europe and the United States. You could think that they will, just if this will increase, it will change the world of missions very much. And do the same questions apply if the mission goes in all directions? What about inequality? What about decolonization? Because if you look at the world right now, I think here in Europe we are very into this discussion about anti-racism and decolonization, and other parts it doesn't feel that they take this very much into consideration. How will all this affect the word of mission if this change is taking place? Have you any thoughts of this? I know it's a very large question, but it was so fascinating, this polycentric kind of mission thought.
I can begin from one of the corners. It's interesting with the mission of Mekane Jesus Church. We have been with my wife. We were teaching twice at the Mekane Jesus missionary course. 2007 they established International Mission Society, IMS, 2007, with a vision to send out 500 missionaries. And that is, okay, now it's nearly 20 years ago they established this enterprise, and they are quite far away, but they have a vision. They have a great vision for it. And they have mainly, maybe, I would say they have missionaries mainly in Africa, but maybe in other places also. We know about missionaries sent to, there are missionaries in Sweden, and we have probably also quite certain the Ethiopians, they are sent, they are maybe not really sent, but we know about women, they are going to for example, to the Emirates, and they are living as caretakers in families. And in Ethiopia, they think about this: how can we encourage these people because some of them maybe will be not so outspoken, and they will not be a bit afraid. And how can they encourage them? That is a process that they are thinking about. But certainly, my final word about this coming missionaries to Europe. I think many church leaders here, and maybe in Finland, Sweden, I don't know, Norway, they would feel a bit uncomfortable if they would see, oh, they are coming as missionaries to us. Do we need that? But certainly, I think we will need that in the future.
I think Dr. Bruk also pointed out how the Christianity is growing in Global South. And how the secularization is growing in the Global North. Mission is not from west of the world to the rest of the world. It is from everywhere to everywhere. And we talk about polycentric mission. It is important that to look at the situation, the context in the Global North, the global political polarization, the growing of secularization. It is very important the Global North needs the Global South, missionary from Global South. And it is high time how the number of churches are decreasing. It is a big challenge. And I think Dr. Bruk also have mentioned how the Christianity and the spirituality is growing in the Global South. I sometimes say that the gospel came from, for me, from Germany to India. And now the spirituality must come from Global South to the Global North because it is really decreasing. So I think it's important that we learn from each other. And yes, the question is that how it will look like. And I think when we have this polycentric model of mission everywhere to everywhere, then I think we will celebrate participating in God's mission, God's transformative mission work in the world. And that is what the major core of the Christian faith. And that is why the church is working for. So I think we will celebrate the diversity. We will celebrate the transformative work and the calling that God has called us to be inclusive. I think when we come together, then we will build or develop the inclusive community. And that is in a worldwide community I'm talking about. And I think Dr. Bruk also have clearly mentioned that. So I would see that when we all together come together, then we see the inclusive community of God. Also, what I was telling is the challenges, and I also mentioned in my speech that to open for the intercultural opening, it is not just enough to have a debate on mission. It is not enough to have a debate on intercultural opening, but I think it is the church has to really open the heart and doors of the church to include the people of other color or people of color from Global South and from different parts of the world. That is what I wish.
Thank you. Yeah. I would have one question to some of our colleagues in the churches of Global South. If they are having an interest to reach people at large or mainly diaspora communities, because I think that that is one part of the strategies I have seen of some of our partners, for example, that they actually actively reach out in other countries to diaspora communities, so Ethiopians in Germany, rather than Germans, Ethiopians, Turkish, whomever is living there. So I think that it would be good to reflect together in a way the missionary strategies and also maybe to understand together how the missionary and diaconal ecosystem is changing at the moment. Resources are changing dramatically. There is less of them at the moment. Eventually there could be an increase from the Global South, but at the moment there is less. So how do we change the structures and roles, rearrange ourselves in a way? Our church here in Finland, the Lutheran Church, is kickstarting a process by the Bishops' Conference to look at our mission. And I think it's also a good opportunity for us to reflect in the Lutheran Church what is the role of the mission and what kind of footprint our church seeks to leave through its missionary work, which is currently implemented through missionary organizations. I earlier talked about the role of the youth mission. We are also seeing an interesting change here in Finland, where young people, both young men and women, are increasingly interested in religion and in Christian hope. So I'm hoping that our youth can grow together with the youth of the Global South, and they can do mission together.
Can I just add a short 2 comments to that? The interesting movement that is inside Africa. Actually, I heard that the main president, Case Johannes, at a meeting said they counted about 100,000 Chinese workers in Africa, and they have also a mission strategy for them that is interesting. You may have heard that the Mekane Jesus is the fastest growing Lutheran church in the whole world. For this is that in the strategy they have written that one member should reach out to 4 others telling about Jesus. So that is one reason why they are growing so fast.
Thank you. I think this is a really good place to stop this discussion. We got many challenges and good talks to take thoughts to take with us and continue considering for our own part. Now it's time to take a break for coffee and tea. For us who are here at Åbo Akademi University, it will be served outside this room in the where you came in the entrance hall. It's a 30-minute coffee and tea break. At your office, you have to, make your own coffee. But we will meet here again in 30 minutes. That's at 15:40. So, thank you.
tycker inte om att behöva skrika liksom. Det är det bästa, ja.
Welcome back from the break. The program will now continue. Next, we will invite our second keynote speaker, Dr. Docent Martina Björkander. Dr. Björkander is a postdoctoral researcher in practical theology at the Polin Institute, and her particular research focus is on African Pentecostalism. So please welcome Dr. Martina Björkander.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I'm going to use this one because I think this one is a bit low. All right, so it's nice to be here. Thank you for inviting me to present today. My name is Martina. I just want to give you a little bit of context. I'm also wearing 3 caps, like they said before, in a way. So I was born and raised in Rwanda as a child of Swedish Pentecostal missionaries. I went to school in Burundi. I later worked as a short-term missionary in Khartoum, Sudan, and also in Cairo, Egypt. And later I became a scholar. I did my PhD in Lund in global Christianity and interreligious relations. And now I'm here at Åbo in practical theology as a postdoc researcher, and I'm specialized in African Pentecostalism. So you see that I have a bit of a varied background as well, and several different experiences going into this talk that I'm going to give today. All right. So the theme for today is Nordic Pentecostal Mission in Transition. I have no idea how much you know about Pentecostalism or Nordic Pentecostal Mission. You might know a lot or a little, but I will try to give a background and a historical context and also some future directions of that, where that mission is today and what's going on. All right. So we must start here, I think, with the global rise of Pentecostalism. So the statistics here are from the Lausanne Movement, a report that came out or 2024, the State of the Great Commission report. So this shows very clearly the rise of evangelicals and Pentecostals in the world. So much of the growth of Christianity in the last decades has been due to the rise. So today, according to this estimate, 25% of all Christians in the world are charismatic of some orientation, and around 15% are evangelical. So many charismatics would also be evangelical, but not all. And if you count the world population, you'd say that, or they say in this report, that approximately 8% of the world inhabitants are charismatics and 5% are evangelicals. So this is a huge group, globally speaking, and it's a growing group, especially in the global south. Depending on how you count. So if you have a very narrow way to count, you'd say that the Pentecostals are around 100 million in the world, whereas if you have a wide, like inclusive understanding of what the Pentecostal tradition is, you end up with somewhere around 500 million. So that's a lot of people. Usually researchers talk about 4 different groups of Pentecostals who are in the Pentecostal charismatic tradition. Classical Pentecostals who have their roots in the early 20th century revivals. So the Azusa Street revival, for example, but that quickly spread and there were many different revivals around the time, also in other parts of the world. So those that have those links and self-identify as Pentecostals, we refer to them as classical Pentecostals. Then you have the charismatics within the historic churches. So you have the Anglican charismatics and the Lutheran charismatics and the Catholic charismatics. So sometimes those are included also in this wide tradition of charismatic Christians. And then you have the Neo-Pentecostals starting from the 60s and 70s and 90s, and we have many mega churches. We have the urban development. You have the vineyard churches and the Hillsong churches, and you have in Sweden, for example, the faith movement. So you have those like newer charismatics who are not necessarily talking about themselves as Pentecostals, but have a lot in common with the Pentecostal groups. And then you have the AICs, or the independent or spirit churches. For example, in Africa, the African independent churches, or the spirit churches. So evangelical and Pentecostals have a lot in common, as I said. For example, they share a focus on the Bible, on mission, on the born-again experience with other revivalist churches, communal spirituality, and also personal commitment to faith and a personal ethics and spirituality and piety. Of course, there are also other differences, and we could come into that maybe in a discussion if we want. So in this development of Pentecostalism worldwide, I think that the Nordic Pentecostal movement, at least in research, much of the research has concentrated on the American, the British, or the Anglo-Saxon Pentecostal developments, or the Global South developments, but the factor that the Nordic Pentecostal movement has had, or the impact that the Nordic Pentecostal movement has had on a global scale, is actually not that small, especially if you think about how small those movements are in their home countries. So, for example, we have the Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Dr. Mukwege. So not many people know that he's actually a Pentecostal pastor. He's also the fruit, in a way, of the Swedish Pentecostal mission to Congo. His life was saved as a small child by a missionary. His father was a pastor. He himself is a pastor. His whole education has been funded by the Swedish Pentecostal mission, and also the Pansy Foundation and the Pansy Hospital has from the very beginning been funded by Swedish and Norwegian Pentecostal mission. Today, of course, they also have other types of funding. So when he received the Nobel Peace Prize, I should have had the clippings here, but I forgot them. Today, we are proud to be Pentecostals. This prize belongs to you, he says, to the Swedish Pentecostal movement. A prize also to the Swedish Pentecostal movement, PMU said. A moment of triumph, the Swedish journal says, is the journal of the Läkarmissionen. So Mukwege says that I'm privileged to stand here as a fruit of your prayers. SEPAC, so the Congolese Pentecostal denomination, is a fruit of your prayers. The Pansy Hospital is a fruit of your prayers. And the newspaper Dagen says that no prize in the world can change Mukwege, pastor, doctor, opinion maker, and Nobel Peace Prize winner. And Pentecostals changed the world, says Dagen as well. And Mukwege himself is very clear on this when he talks, and when he tells the story of his life, he's also always paying gratitude to those who supported him in the beginning and who also supported his education and so on. So who would have thought, that a Pentecostal pastor would be one of the world's most famous advocates for female rights, against sexual violence, and for the rehabilitation of women and girls from sexual violation. So the Nordic Pentecostal movement has had a large impact, and one way to look at this is, for example, so what kind of missionaries have been sent out from Sweden? So if you look at this, you can see missionaries. So they are by far outrange all the 9,000, 10,000 missionaries have been sent out from Sweden in total, and 3,000 of them have been Pentecostals. So that's a large group, especially thinking of that the denomination, or the movement rather, of churches comprises around 400 local churches and less than 100,000 members. So given that, you can see how many missionaries have actually been sent out as a percentage of that movement. Also, if you look at the other groups, so many of the others are also revivalist type churches, many of them charismatic type churches. The Holiness and the Baptist have a charismatic leaning or a Pentecostal leaning as well. Also, the Lutheran revivalist group EFS also has somehow a charismatic leaning, and they have also been sending out missionaries. So if you count them together, the vast majority of all Swedish missionaries ever sent out has a revivalist or born again identity. The Swedish Lutheran Church has sent out around 900 missionaries, including those of the revivalist movement. And of course, the size of the membership of the Lutheran Church is much larger. Also, if you count how many countries they have been to, so the Swedish Pentecostals have been to very many countries, or usually more combined countries than all the other missions combined at every given time, not in the beginning, but as they grew. Also, the FIDA, the Finnish Pentecostals, have been very active around the world, sending out a lot of missionaries. And you have some of the statistics here. So they set a strategy in 1993, saying that every local church should support at least one missionary of its own, and that there should be one missionary out of every 100 members on average. So that was the strategy. And the mission should be at least 40% of the total budget of the local church, 40%. And then 20 years later, they evaluated that and they said, oh, okay, we didn't reach all the way, but 1 out of 114. So that's still, of course, a lot. So what have the Nordic Pentecostals been up to? So we'll be talking a little bit from this book. It's called Call to the Nations. Unfortunately, the translation, the English translation is not very good. There's also a Spanish and a French translation, but the Swedish one is the original. So if you can, but the content, of course, is correct, but the language is a bit flawed. So it speaks of the global impact and reach of the Pentecostal movements, like I just said. And it cites also David Bundy and Ellen Anderson, who says that the Scandinavian or Nordic Pentecostal mission has had a disproportionate influence, globally speaking, as compared to their own size in their home countries. So they have sent out a lot of missionaries. And today they collaborate with churches and denominations all around the world, and maybe compromising at their own size. So it's a huge network of people and churches that they are in some way connected to. Not all of those churches were started by Swedish Pentecostal missions, but they have collaborations now today. And they've worked in more than 100 countries in total. So even if the former statistics said 56 countries at one given year, so the total count of countries, if you count the Nordic Pentecostal mission together, that's over 100 countries in total. They have had especially a large influence in Latin America, especially Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, in Europe, both East and West, and in East and Central Africa. There are large denomination, large groups that have their roots in the Nordic mission. The adaptive mission strategies, but also the urge to train and adopt local leadership. They have been very famous for that and good at that. They're also known for their entrepreneurial and pioneering ways and methods, so that there's this ethos of starting new things and going into new fields, sometimes at the expense of leaving old fields behind and old partnerships behind. So there's a backside to that. But the pro of that has been that they have been very strategic and creative and flexible in the way they adapt to new fields and to new pioneering methods. They are also known for their holistic mission approach. So even from the very start, they combined evangelistic and social work all the time, and I will come back to this. They have a holistic view of salvation, so they have been preaching the gospel and sharing the love of Christ all the time in parallel with each other. Also in Sweden, of course, or in the Nordic countries. And Alan Anderson, he says the most widespread examples of progressive Pentecostalism. So not all Pentecostals are socially engaged, but among the Nordic countries, that has been the norm. Globally speaking today, there are many Pentecostals who are not socially engaged, who are doing mission work primarily on the proclamation side, whereas the Nordics have always used both. So there's proclamation and there's social action in combination. So the origins of the Nordic Pentecostal movement goes back to Azusa Street, but very early, already in 1900, this came to Sweden, and the revival took root also in the Nordic countries from 1906, 1907, and spread very quickly from Scandinavia to Western and Eastern Europe. So there were key leaders and pioneers, both women and men, who spread the revival and acted as missionaries, if you wish. Evangelists, they were usually called, but effectively they were moving into new areas. So for example, T.B. Barrett traveled a lot in Europe, Andrew Johnson Ek, Dagmar Engström, Agnes Telle, Gunnar Winberg, David Berg, Erik Danielsson. So those are some of the examples, but there are very many others who could be mentioned of those early pioneers and early years. So if you look at the history of European Pentecostalism, you will see that the Scandinavians have been in most of the countries in Europe, and also Eastern Central Africa, also in Latin America. Asia, not so much, a bit, but not that much as in the other areas. They also formed a large transnational network from the beginning. So the mission and the churches were organized as independent autonomous entities, but they gathered in networks, organizing conferences, using media, and also building relationships across nations. So both within Europe, within Scandinavia, and also transnationally to what we today call the Global South. So these were upheld in many different ways. Theologically, they were influenced by the holiness, the Methodist, the Pietist revivals, so they draw a lot on those earlier revival movements. For example, emphasizing evangelism, leadership, social engagement. So David Bundy here has said something about the ideological framework of Scandinavian Pentecostal mission in a dissertation from Uppsala University. The mission theories and practices that movements in Scandinavia were entrepreneurial, often self-supporting, committed to developing indigenous leadership at the earliest stages of mission. The goal was to create from the beginning self-supporting, self-governing, self-propagating, and self-reflecting churches. And if you know your mission history, you recognize Hudson Taylor behind this. So they were very much inspired by that, but that was also a necessity because the support from Sweden was not large. So the missionaries were sent out with a small allowance. They had their tickets paid, they had a small allowance, some money from some friends from the local church, and then they were on their own. So they had to fend for themselves, and they had to also teach the new converts to give tithes and offerings because they didn't come with a lot of money. So it was a necessity, but it was also part of how they saw mission. So from the beginning, every believer was in charge in a way of evangelizing, of proclaiming, of spreading the gospel. It was not up to the missionaries to do so. And they also trained local evangelists, using, for example, them as translators, but also as new elders and church leaders. So even from the very beginning, the local churches were not the pastors were not the missionaries, but there were local pastors and local elders, and the missionaries stayed on as elders together with the locals. This was part of an apostolic vision, and there was in the beginning of the Pentecostal movement a lot of an eschatological thinking that Christ will soon return, and when he returns, he will take those who belong to him with him to heaven before the wrath and before the millennium. So the time is short, and everybody needs to hear the gospel. So we need to reach out to all nations, and when we have reached to all nations, Christ will come. So we can actually further or shorten the time until Jesus comes by spreading the gospel. So this urgency of the eschatological urgency was there, and was an important driver for mission. Also the idea, of course, that people who do not belong to Christ will perish. So there was this sort of eschatological grounding, but there was also this idea of either or. So if you belong to Christ, you belong to Christ, and then you're saved. But if you don't belong to Christ, then you're not saved, and that is a big problem. So we need to give people access to the gospel. So that was driving things. There was a centrality of mission. They were appointing missionaries before they appointed pastors, etc. They were also aware of social needs, both home and abroad, and started to engage in communities. So the gospel should be shared through love and taking care of people's whole life. So the gospel needed to reach out to the whole person and the whole community, and there was an expectation that salvation would include a transformation of the whole person, not just the inside, but the whole lifestyle, the community, the relationships, the mental state, emotional, and the eternal state of a person. It was Christological, pneumatological. They were relying a lot on the Spirit to lead and to guide and to empower missions, and many other things. I think I will not go more into this now because of time. So, Nordic Pentecostal movements practiced a kind of radical congregationalism, which meant that the local church is autonomous and there's no denominational super hierarchy. And in the beginning, there was a very strong skepticism towards anything even remotely hierarchical or denominational. Today, that is has changed quite a bit, but in the beginning, that meant also that every local church sent out their own missionaries, sometimes without connecting or discussing with other local Pentecostal churches. So you could have several Pentecostal missionaries working in the same country without connection in between them, because they were sent by different local churches in Sweden. Later on, that had to be organized in a different way. And more of a structure was put in place with international networks, organizations like IBRA and PMU and FIDA and PIM and so on. But still today, the local churches employ the missionaries. They are not employed by a national body or organization, but they are employed by the local church, meaning that there is a close connection between the local congregation and their own missionaries. Often it's their own friends, family who have been sent out, and there's a strong sense of ownership for mission. This also had its challenges, of course, because then you have a lot of different powers and a kind of an informal leadership struggle, and sometimes very blurry lines of authority and lines of decision making, which could lead to quite a few clashes, both at and occasional splits between mission organizations in the field and between churches at home and the missionary in the field. Because also, of course, sometimes you had a troublemaker and you send him out on the mission field to just get rid of him and let him act on his own. And that was sometimes not easy, of course. So another thing that is typical for the Nordic Pentecostal mission is the role of women. Numerically, they were always a majority. So out of every man, there were 2 women. So 2 to 1 between women and men. And usually the unmarried women were sent out in teams of 2, or one single woman accompanying a missionary couple. So especially the unmarried women had a lot of freedom in the mission field, a lot more than they had at home. So they were church planters, Bible teachers, they were preaching and reaching out to new areas and so on. And they were given the liberty and the freedom to act with spiritual authority in the mission field in a way that they were not given at home. Still, the roles of elder and pastor were specifically held up by men until the 1990s in Sweden and also in the mission field. And many of the Nordic Pentecostal movements today still practice a all-male pastor and eldership model. So today, the affirmation of women leadership and gender equality turns into, for example, an engagement into girls' education or against female genital mutilation or helping victims of sexual violence and affecting structures and equality and so on. So there is a strong sense of egalitarianism also for women, despite the fact that the patriarchal structures are still in place in some places. Also, local women have been very important for the Pentecostal mission. So what can we say about current trends and future directions? So one of the sort of key things that have been part of the Pentecostal mission from the start and are still part of it and still a very much of a focus area is a focus on the most vulnerable. So social action and advocacy, justice initiatives, peace initiatives, reconciliation initiatives, schools, hospitals, medical care, etc., etc. So trying to do good for those who are most vulnerable. From the outset, the Nordic Pentecostal mission has integrated social ministry with evangelistic work. They have refused to do either, to focus on either or. The holistic understanding has to do with an understanding of salvation as the fullness of life, as abundant life for the whole person. It's very much in line with what was later reflected in the Lausanne Declaration. So in the beginning, the missionaries often focused on, like the pioneering states, they often focused on preaching and teaching and training new leaders and so on, planting churches, whereas later states, they focused on the social. Since the beginning, they have been offering healthcare, they have been offering vocational training, alleviating poverty, etc. Building schools, they have done a lot of that, especially in Africa. That has been part of the work from the very beginning. So the missionary teams included different vocations like nurses and doctors and teachers and engineers and so on, along with the preachers, or those nurses and doctors and teachers were also preachers and pastors. So today, common priorities are social justice for minorities, women, children, peace and reconciliation, poverty alleviation, community development, and counteracting the effects of the climate crisis. And this report that you see here, it's available online if you want to read more. Pentecostal's transformation for the World Pentecostal Conference a few years ago. So let me give some examples here. You have, for example, Marion Pettersson, who is now almost 100 years old, who has been working in Burundi until she could no longer travel, actually. Her health put a stop to that, but she kept going back and forth. She lived in Burundi for many years, working with the minority group called the Twa, who are discriminated in so many levels in the Burundian society. And she's formed a literacy project that has reached several thousands of them, and also advocated for them so that today they have in the society a lot more rights than they had before. And she has been very vocal about that with the local politicians and trying to change the situation for them so that they will be part of the Burundian society. You have Dr. Dennis Mukwege that I told you about before, who offers, together with his team, of course, holistic and medical care for victims of sexual abuse and a lot of advocacy work. And you have Dr. Isaiah Dow. He is the former Archbishop of SPC, Sudan Pentecostal Churches. He's also a scholar, and he has been a part of the peace negotiation process in Sudan, between South Sudan and North Sudan, and part of the whole process of the new independent South Sudan. And he says this: my life story is a story of war, but it's also a story of the grace of God, working through me, saving me in the war, calling me in the war for his service. And Isaiah Dow, he was born in South Sudan. He didn't go to school. He started first grade at the age of 7. Through school, and he got support to go to Stellenbosch University in South Africa, and he wrote a dissertation there on God and suffering. So his supervisor there said, no, shouldn't you be writing about triumphant theology? That's what you Pentecostals do, triumphant theology. And he said, no, because I'm from South Sudan, I know suffering. This is what my people deal with. I want to write about suffering and God, and that's what he did. And then he went on later on to become an archbishop and a peace negotiator. Also people who work for the most vulnerable and does so as part of their Christian faith and as part of their Christian ministry. Pentecostals today work both with the individual level, the social level, and the structural level. So historically, they have concentrated on the individual and the social level, but today there's a lot of work done also on the structural level with advocacy and trying to change systems and not just local situations. Another focus area is the least reached. So the 1040 window has been part of the strategic focus of the Pentecostals for a long time. And mission has also, as I said before, has always been a strong focus in itself, especially pioneering mission, reaching new people, reaching every nation, and so on. So when Christ says that you go out into all the world and make disciples of all nations, Pentecostals have taken that very literally, saying that we have to reach each and every region of the world, each and every ethnic group of the world, each and every person with the gospel. And that responsibility is not just for the church as some kind of joint entity, but it's a responsibility for each and every Christian and each and every local congregation. Which ethos that they have. So again, as I said, salvation is understood for the whole person. It's for now and for eternity. It's for the body and the soul. And reaching out with the gospel is seen as giving the right to people to actually hear about Jesus. So the unreached people groups has been a focus since the 1990s, and the way that was counted is that there were less than 2% evangelical Christians in a particular ethno-linguistic group. So that was also very much criticized, because then they said, what about all the other Christians? So how can you count that way? And it was amended to say that, okay, less than 2% evangelical Christians and less than 5% other type of Christians, that would be unreached. But today they're talking more about frontier people groups, which would be people groups, ethnic linguistic groups, that have less than 0.1% of Christians of all categories. So if you count that way, that would end up in about 2 billion people worldwide. Many of these groups then are in the so-called 1040 window. So one example of this kind of work is the Joshua Project that does statistics for this, but also encourages and trains for mission in these particular areas. Also, Bible translation has been a very important part of Pentecostal mission. So wanting to give a Bible or part of the Bible or the Jesus film into new areas or new people groups has been part of the strategic focus. So for example, before the end of the Soviet era, many Pentecostals went into Russia with truckloads of Bibles, hiding Bibles in their suitcases and so on, so spreading Bibles into what was then the Soviet Union. And today that same strategy is also used to the Muslim world, for example. Another method that is used is the Discovery Bible study groups. So where the idea is that we make disciples who make disciples. So people receive Christ, but then they are trained to also themselves reach out to new people through themselves learning to read the Bible in a way that is personal and that affects all of life and so on. And then train leaders so that they themselves can lead the new groups and reach new people. So in this book, Niklas Collén, who is one of the missionaries from the Swedish conclusion, the least reached peoples are generally ethno-linguistic groups living in the so-called 1040 window. Most of them, especially in the case of frontier peoples, are Muslims, but a great many are Hindus. Often the whole Bible is not yet available in their heart language, and there are few believers and almost no indigenous churches among them. There are not yet self-propagating church movements among the least reached because the least reached are often also hard to reach. We want to pray and work for a change for disciples and churches among all peoples. And then you see again this focus on the self-propagating church. So the goal of the mission is to found a church that can support itself. So a third focus of the current time, and I think for the future, is the way the transnational community works. Because Nordic Pentecostals are now in a network with a lot of churches and a lot of denominations and mission organizations around the world. So how can we now live in partnership, and how do we move from mission as sender to a polycentric kind of mission, as we have heard today? So this is a huge challenge, not least because the Nordic movements are so small. So how can they uphold relationship with large denominations and so many countries all around the world? Where will the strength come from and the personnel come from, and even the energy to keep those relationships going? So far, I think they do, but it's a huge challenge because the churches in Sweden are shrinking, and the zeal for mission is also diminishing on the Nordic side, whereas in the south, of course, the churches are often growing and vibrant in a different way. There's also a lack of finances. So I should have told you, Tomas, I forgot now. So you saw on the slide that I had with the statistics of missionaries, there was a peak like this. So why was that? Yeah. So in the 80s, 70s and 80s primarily, there was a lot of state funds for. So the Pentecostal movement was very strategic in using that kind of money do social work and evangelistic work at the same time. So many missionaries in the 1980s were actually state funded. Whereas then in the 1990s, things changed and state funds went to national personnel, not to the missionaries. Nationalization process, and the Swedish churches wanted to rather support national leaders also financially than sending out missionaries. So that's the decline then. And also some of the decline has to do with the pioneering ethics, because many people in the 1990s were sent out to closed countries. So they were not employed as missionaries. They couldn't be. So they had other types of work. So they were working as missionaries, but they don't show up in the statistics because officially they were doctors or engineers or whatever. Okay, so that's, but then now there's a decline in state finances, but also in church-based finances for missions. So what do we do then if we don't send missionaries and there's not enough finances, but still we have a large network of churches all around the world? So that warrants some kind of development. So how do we transition then to equal partnership? Because many of the churches and denominations that have their roots in the Nordic churches, in the Nordic mission, of course, now they are much larger and much more independent than themselves. So there have been certain initiatives, such as the Building the Kingdom of God initiative, where voices or people from the Nordics and from the South meet together to discuss in workshops. What do we do now? So here are some of the voices from those discussions. So how can we now interact? How can we help each other? How can the South help the North? How can the North help the South? And there have been a series of those kind of workshops. There have also been some memorandum of understanding that it's not like a contract, but it's some kind of document saying, okay, this is how we want to work in our relationships. And there's also a hub initiative that I will speak a little bit more about. So the hub initiative is in East Africa. It's a collaboration between Norway, Finland, Sweden, and Denmark with 13 local denominations that all have their roots in the Nordic countries. So 8 East African countries, 4 Nordic countries, and 13 East African denominations collaborate together. And this network of the East African side is called Ukianka. So together they formed something like 30+ million members, depending on how you count. Again, it's really hard. Sometimes they say 15 million, sometimes they say 30. But they have decided we will meet once a year as big in big prayer conferences, so that we can gather, so that we can support each other, so that we can get to know each other. And they have also decided to have a team that meets more regularly, and also some missionaries who are working now in East Africa, especially for building connection, national community between North and South. So that's their main target. And the connection between those local denominations, because that's also a struggle. So how do they collaborate with each other between Ethiopia and Sudan and Kenya and Tanzania and Rwanda and Burundi? So how can they collaborate together and to help each other, and also to send out new missionaries from their denominations? So stronger spiritual relations is part of the Hub initiative, what they want to achieve: forming servant leaders, strategic mission, unreached urban, and children and youth. These are the kind of focus areas that they have decided on. And David Batenzi, who was the president of the Ukianka at the time, he says like this in this book called To the Nations: we in the South have challenges to deal with, but so does the church in the North. We can help each other by praying for each other. As we go through different challenges, God will help us if we discuss this together in prayer. There are several areas where we can continue to help each other. Unity is strength and division is weakness, as we say in Swahili. Together we are strong, and therefore unity between If the Bible says that there is a blessing in unity, we all need to realize that we are not sufficiently capable enough on our own. So that's his perspective. So where do we go from here? These are just some questions that they ask in the end of this book. And I don't have the answers to them, and it's perhaps also not my role to give them. But they ask themselves, like, what is the role of women in future missions? How are missions affected by population growth? Will our focus areas remain relevant in the future? How does our historical understanding affect the plans for the future? How is the future mission affected by environmental and climate challenges? How does increased radicalization and secularization affect our mission? How do we balance the urgent and the long-term needs? Are missionaries still needed? Etc., etc. So there are many questions for the future. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Björkander. We will now Chongpongmeren Jamir to come and present his thoughts and reflections rising from the presentation. Dr. Jamir is a postdoctoral researcher affiliated with the Polin Institute. In his research, he is focused on the cultural history of in modern India. So, welcome. Do you want to use this or this one? Do you have to be close to the...
Okay, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Good evening once again. Well, I am honored to be here today, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to be here today. Well, having lived in Nordic region for several years and having listened to discussions on mission and various gatherings in the region, and also having observed the practice of mission in a local church in which I am part of here in Turku, I feel honored to participate in this discussion today. Well, my name is Chongpongmeren Jamir. I am from India. I have taught church history in India for several years before moving to Finland. And since 2022, I have been associated with the Polin Institute. Well, earlier, my fellow Indian, Dr. Hial, spoke or referred to rethinking mission. India has been a cradle of discussions on rethinking mission since the early 20th century. The seminal work, Rethinking Christianity, by a group of Indian theologians in the 1930s, served as the basis of a mature rethinking of Christian mission, beginning in the Tamparam Conference in 1938. Tamparam marked a decisive moment in global mission thinking because it took non-Western theological insights seriously, but also because it questioned inherited colonial assumptions about the nature, purpose, and direction of mission itself. Honoring the tradition, the recent volume on Christian mission in India was entitled Transformative Rethinking, published in 2021. My contribution today and this discussion is shaped by my location in this Indian tradition and my reading on studies on world Christianity. So that is the lens with which I would like to engage with the keynote of my friend Martina on Nordic Pentecostal mission in transition. Her keynote offers a careful and insightful reading of the Nordic Pentecostal mission by looking backward to its historical context and forward to its emerging future direction. I will follow a similar trajectory by moving between memory and imagination in order to discern how we might responsively move forward. First of all, looking back, I wish to draw attention to an episode from the early 20th century that illustrates the entangled history of Indian Pentecostal and Nordic Christian mission. In 1907, Minnie Abrams, the American Pentecostal missionary, reported what she called a Pentecostal baptism at the Mukti Mission Center in Western India. This was arguably the first time that the word Pentecostal was associated with Indian Christianity in its contemporary sense. The reported incident involves various religious experiences, including speaking in tongues during the Mukti revival movement in India. This report has gained much attention in Pentecostal historiography. Incidentally, the event reported here also has a Nordic connection. The reported speaking in tongues occurred in a woman's prayer band, missionary A.W. Strobert. Regrettably, the name of the Indians participants in this event were not recorded, a silence that itself reflects broader historiographical pattern in missionary literature. Yet, Strobert herself represents a more complex reality. Here she was, a Western missionary working in an Indian indigenous mission institution under Indian leadership. In the context of colonial India, where Christian mission were often structured around Western control and institutional dominance, this arrangement was distinctly countercultural. It challenges simplistic binaries between sending and receiving churches and invites us to recognize more complex patterns of partnership that existed even within asymmetrical colonial realities. As head of the industrial unit at the Mukti Mission, Ms. Strobert participated in a form of mission that integrated spiritual life, economic agency, and social transformation. Mukti exemplifies a Christian mission committed to a holistic approach, integrating spiritual formation with economic empowerments and vocational dignity. I recount this story of Ms. Strobert because it resonates strongly with the keynote's account of Nordic missionary involvement in holistic mission and promotion of indigenous leadership. As the 20th century progressed, such practices anticipated broader theological shift that would discourse. Much of the scholarly literature traces this development discourse or conference statements, including the influential Indian contribution that I have noted earlier. However, historical examples such as Stroper's work at Mukti remind us that mission theology was also shaped from below through lived experiences of cooperation, shared vulnerability, and everyday practices of partnership in the mission. Now, turning to the future direction of Christian mission, which is the second aspect discussed in the keynote. I wish to anchor myself in the World Council of Churches document, Mission from the Margins. The authors of this document stated, therefore, it is unique that these marginalized sections, the former victims, former objects of mission, now attempt a missiological reflection, not as a reaction to what mission has been to them in the past, but of what they imagine God intends for the whole world and creation today. I find this vision very compelling. I belong to a region that is also identified as being on the margins in mission discourses. And standing here today, I want to align myself with the authors of this document in participating in this imaginative and discerning process, seeking to understand not merely how mission has been practiced, but what God intends for the whole creation for our present moment. My reflections on the future mission are therefore framed along the thought that is being expressed in the mission from the margins. The keynote identifies 3 areas of focus for the future of Nordic Pentecostal mission: the most vulnerable, the least rich, and the formation of a transnational community. This emphasis, I believe, clearly signaled a concern for mission at the margins, a deliberate turning toward those who experience social, economic, cultural, and spiritual marginalization. Yet, the language of mission from the margins presses us to go a step further. It invites us to consider not only mission to the margins, but mission from the margins. Now, what is mission from the margins? The document defines its vision. It says, mission affirming the agency of those who are marginalized, participating in their struggles and sharing their hopes, overcoming the marginalizing tendencies, and resisting and confronting forces of marginalization and exclusion of the world. This vision expands mission agenda beyond identifying vulnerable groups or unmet needs. It calls for affirming their agency, participating in their struggles, and sharing in their hopes. It involves actively resisting and dismantling structures and practices that perpetuate marginalization. Since the mid-20th century, discussions of decolonization and indigenization have profoundly shaped global mission discussions. And central to this transformation has been a renewed theological emphasis on partnership, which has been mentioned several times in today's discussion. responsibility, contextuality, and mission day. The conviction that mission is first and foremost God's initiative in which the church is invited to participate. The early collaboration between Nordic missionaries and Christian communities worldwide, which has been noted in the keynote, remind us that partnership, mutuality, and contextual sensitivity is not merely contemporary ideals, but have deep historical roots. At the same time, framework such as mission from the margins challenges us to move beyond well-intended concern for the vulnerable towards a more radical affirmation of their agency, voice, and leadership. The transnational community envisioned in the keynote can become a reality only if sustained commitment to equitable partnership and mutual respect is given in our mission agenda. So as Nordic Pentecostal and wider Christian mission continues to navigate a time of transition, it is not only to ask where mission should be directed, but also from whom mission wisdom should emerge. To rethink mission today is therefore to listen more attentively, power more generously, something which we have discussed earlier as well, and to imagine more boldly what God is doing in and through communities at the margins. It is within this shared imagination and in this ongoing rethinking that the future of Christian mission may find both its humility and hope. Christian mission is most faithful when it remains open to rethinking, attentive to history, grounded in lived experiences, and responsive to voices from the margins. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jamir. We have now again reserved some time for you in the audience to comment on the presentation and ask questions from Dr. Björkander and Dr. Jamir. Once again, we ask those of you who attend through Zoom to write your questions in the questions and answer section in Zoom. And then Professor Vikström will convey them to us here in the hall. Please, if you have questions, raise your hand and then Tove will take the microphone to you so everyone can hear your questions.
Thank you, both of you, Dr. Jamir, and I have just a short comment to you. I think it was very good for, not a question, but a comment that if we are followers of Jesus, we will always be working from the margin in a way today. But to Dr. Björkander, thank you also for your very nice visual. I must say that I would like to express my deep admiration for the role of women in mission. I think you said that in Pentecostal movement we have 2 to 1. I would not be surprised if we have it even in Lutheran context greater than 2 and 1, and I think the Finnish mission would have been very weak without the women. We don't usually, it's exceptions if we send single men outside. The women, they have been psychologically strong in this matter. But one thing that is not connected to exactly to the missions, I would like to ask you now, because we talk about Pentecostal theology, and tell me if I'm wrong. I have been told that Pentecostal theology in the Nordic countries, it's quite Lutheran actually. If we continue, if we compare it to America, would you agree with this?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think that the Nordic Pentecostals wouldn't admit it generally, because there has been a strong animosity, and that has to do with the history. So in the early years of the Pentecostal movement, the Lutheran churches, and especially the Lutheran priests in Sweden at least, were very, very, very critical towards the Pentecostal movement, and officially so, publicly so, among the strongest opponents, which means that the Pentecostal movement and the Pentecostals have always understood themselves as something different, as something other than Lutheran, yeah? And as a minority, both in the country religiously and culturally within the Swedish culture. So the early years, the Pentecostal movement was formed very much in opposition to the Lutheran Church. Some of the stances one took theologically on baptism and on communion and so on, and also on liturgy, were very much anti-Lutheran, and also on denominationalism. That was also very much anti-Lutheran in the way it was expressed. But at the same time, today, when we meet Pentecostals from other areas, it's very apparent that the Lutheran kind of ethos and the Lutheran theology, and also some of the Lutheran spirituality, has affected the Nordic Pentecostal way of doing things, and also the theology. And that is sometimes a challenge as well in relation to the system, example, because when they come to Sweden in mission in reverse, for example, so they don't feel at home in our Pentecostal churches because we're not as expressive and as vibrant type of Pentecostals as they are.
Yeah, I have a comment first and then a question from the internet. And the first was actually written after the first part of our seminar, but I think it's still, or it is obviously relevant also for this session. It's from Kenya. The policy statement by World Council of Churches on Together Towards Life, Mission and Evangelism in Changing Landscapes has intentionally addressed the historical entanglements between Christian mission and colonialism. This has led to a significant shift from mission to the margins to mission from the margins, aiming to decolonize theology and practice. We have been able to put this in practice and realize that marginalized people are not passive victims, but active agents who leverage their positions to redefine power, construct alternative futures, and challenge dominant systems. When we unmute these voices of those who have been in the margins, we learn more and move in partnership. But then the question, what has been the role of women in pioneering Pentecostal mission? I think you said something about this already, but can you say how has this evolved in our time? Would you still say that the role of the women are strong in Pentecostal mission, or does this vary between countries and cultures?
Okay, so first a comment on that mission from the margins and to the margins. I think the Pentecostals are a bit different in that sense because they have also been marginalized. So in a way, when countries went to to Africa, for example, they had some kind of connection also with the minority. They had that kind of experience from their home country. And also very often the Pentecostals in the beginning were poor and were from the countryside, etc. Today, the Pentecostals have a lot of power. And with size comes also power, which it changes the dynamic. And there I think that the Pentecostals themselves begin to have to reflect on what does that do to us, that we are now very powerful in many nations, and how can we act with that, and how can we become part of a solution, marginalized, and not just become part of the majority. So that's one comment. Then about women, yes, I think that in the early years, the role of women were much more pronounced in missions, partly because they were not allowed that kind of freedom in their home countries. So women who had a calling to church leadership, to evangelism, to Bible teaching, to church leadership, they were not allowed to have those kinds of roles in Sweden. So they were sent out in the mission field, and there they had that kind of freedom and liberty, and they were recognized for the spiritual gifting that they had and the calling that they had, and they had a lot more liberty to exercise those gifts in the mission field, because all hands on deck, right? So why not use the women? So in that sense, that was a different time. Today, we have female pastors, female elders, and the role of women is stronger in the movement as at large. I think women are still very active in mission, but they are also very active in the home churches. But the difference is not as large as it used to be. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Tedder. I'm from Turku, but this was a very pleasant presentation. I'm a Pentecostal former missionary in Ethiopia with Magnus, actually, and now a Pentecostal pastor in Turku. This was indeed a very beautiful picture of Pentecostal missions. The reality sometimes on the ground is a bit more complex. But just first a reflection and then a question. This idea that came out now when you were answering the question about Pentecostals going from the margins of their own society and own religious context to the mission field, it seems like that has impacted the ability to contextualize or kind of be faster in indigenizing their movement in different countries. So kind of from the margin to the mission field, and a faster process maybe in raising the local church to independence. But my question is now on the current challenge. You mentioned there are these classical Pentecostal movements like the Nordic Pentecostals and these 13 East African Ukiamka, actually in the Hub Initiative also as a theological educator. But then there are newer ones, the more independent ones, the apostle or prophet-led charismatic movements that have a lot of spiritual excesses, spiritual practices, and that how are you reading this tension in the mission? Because this movement is big, it's vibrant, it's 100 or 500 million, but the health of the movement going further, what kind of there with regard to the health of the Pentecostal / charismatic movement in missions also?
Yeah, well, that's a huge question. So what I've been talking about, of course, you have to paint some kind of overall picture. And of course, the realities on the ground are much more complex. I'd say that there is a considerable difference between the classical Pentecostals and the neo-Pentecostals in terms of how they see mission, how they see evangelism, how they think about the gospel. So that among the neo-Pentecostals and the neo-charismatics, there's more focus on dominion into all areas of society. So power more than holistic salvation. and having power and impact and influence in many areas, and maybe in the sense of helping the marginalized or the vulnerable, or creating a better society for all, but very much focused on the spiritual side of things, if we can say that. So there are a lot of problems, of course, and not least the prosperity gospel and the whole focus on health and wealth in a unhealthy kind of version of holistic salvation, where wealth and health is kind of guaranteed with the gospel and with faith in a way that I think is not biblical.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martina, for an interesting and informative presentation. My question, I'm Ilari Rantakari from Helsinki. It's a little bit further away from Turku, but anyway, I'm in Helsinki. My question is related to the ecumenical aspect of Pentecostals, meaning that at least there is this tendency and trend also that at least some, like in Finland, they are even members or participants in the Ecumenical Council. So could you a little bit elaborate on that? And then regarding that margins, and is there any connections with other faiths, other religions in that respect? Thank you.
Okay, so Pentecostals have not traditionally been, like the very, very early phase, they wanted to be an ecumenical movement. And then very, very soon they became their own churches and their own movements, right? So I'm talking now about the classical Pentecostal revival. And also in later years, Pentecostals have not maybe been as interested in ecumenical relationship as some of the other churches have been. Today, I think there's more of a dialogue. There's more of a wish to also collaborate with the historic churches and to go into dialogue, for example, with the Catholic Church and the Lutheran Church, and to be part of the Council of Churches, the National Council of Churches, and also the World Council of Churches, and at least try to be part of that context. I think among the Neo-Pentecostals, it's not high on the agenda to be ecumenical, and I think that has also created a lot of problems around the world, even in the mission field. I mean, many times the early Pentecostal missionaries, they went to a country, and in Africa it was divided in different regions, so the Holiness go here and the Methodists go there, and the Lutherans go here and the Anglicans go there, but the Pentecostals, they went everywhere because they said there is no limit to the gospel, let's go anywhere, which created, of course, a lot of problems. So what was the other, other religions? I think among most Pentecostals, the view of other religions would still be very, very much like a conservative one, in the sense of there is no salvation outside of Jesus Christ, and unless you believe in Jesus, you cannot be saved, which means that in relation to other religions, the primary goal is to let people get to know Jesus. On the other hand, there is a strong movement of so-called insider movements, where people remain within their culture, even within the religion, and become followers of Christ within those settings, so that they live like Muslims on the outside, but they confess Christ and pray to Christ and read the Bible like in a hidden way, if you wish. So those are strong movements as well. But the way to see religion, I think, is an either or a black and white way to look at other religions still.
The last question is now coming.
Thank you. I will try to be very short in my question. Iida Silfverhuth, representing Felm Youth here today. I have a question concerning the political implications of Nordic Pentecostal churches. We have currently the Christian Democrats in power in Finland, and they are led by a Pentecostal person. And whereas usually Christian Democrats have been traditional members of the Evangelic Lutheran Church, it has the power also between the churches has now shifted in political ways too. I'm unfortunately not familiar with the other Nordic countries' situations, but I think the Christian Democrats in Sweden are currently in power. So can you elaborate on that too?
Okay, yeah. So I think there is a kind of a right-wing term also among evangelicals and Pentecostals in Sweden. So that the Christian Democrats used to be very much based on the free churches and the revivalist churches in Sweden, and very much socially engaged. Whereas today it's more of a hardcore right-wing type of political party, and it has to do also with a shift within the churches, not among everyone, but partly due to the development in the US, of course. So among the evangelicals in the US today, there are many who are right-wing evangelicals, so that evangelical has turned into a political designation more than a religious designation, if you wish. And those trends are also seen in Sweden. So for example, now, just the other day, there was an article saying that among Bible school students, so young people around 20, so there's a lot of discussions now about female leadership. So what has been sort of become the norm is no longer the norm, where there's a questioning of the right of women to preach and teach, for example, and many other areas. So there's this conservative turn, and it has to do, I think, a lot with the development in the US, but also in other countries. I mean, we see that among many Pentecostals in the world, supporting conservative, even, leaders who are very much I'm losing my words here now, but supporting authoritarian leadership anyway, like Bolsonaro. So many charismatic Christians who see Trump and Bolsonaro as the appointed by God here.
Thank you, Dr. Björkander. And thank you all of you who contributed to this discussion. We will now continue with the next part of our program. My colleague, Reverend Suvimarja Rannankari-Norjanen, who is an advisor on mission and parish relations at Felm, has conducted a small survey among the congregation within the Lutheran Church in Finland on their view of the need of sending missionaries to other countries. So, Suvimarja, please present your results on how the Lutheran congregations of Finland view the need for missionaries.
Thank you, Marika. It's a pleasure to be here today. Today's world is in many ways within our reach. We see and hear news from the other side of the world in an instant. We stay connected through various means of communication. Even at church, which is not always known for its progressiveness, is able to use modern channels of information and communication. Today, we are talking about the future of mission work. Its past and present have included and still include those who go. People who travel far to carry out the command given by Christ and to follow his example. Maybe not so long ago, missionaries were those who told us stories from foreign lands. But are Finnish missionaries still needed in this world of technical innovations and tools? First, a few words about the history of Finnish mission work and Finnish missionaries. As you have already heard, Felm was founded in 1882. This new mission agency founded a school to train missionaries. They studied for 6 years. The first missionaries left Finland in 1868 and arrived in Ovamboland in 1870. Since then, there have been hundreds, probably thousands of Finnish missionaries sent by both Felm and later also other Finnish mission agencies. During the last decade, however, congregations' mission agreements with Felm began to include projects as well. It is due, of course, largely about what we as a mission organization propose to the congregations. And now our question is, are Finnish missionaries actually still needed? To explore this, I conducted this small survey among congregations. Respondents from 15 different congregations answered my questions. They were both from Finnish and Swedish-speaking congregations, and including those who responded were those who are responsible for mission work, or they are active volunteers, or elected lay leaders as well. Of course, I was very delighted to receive all these answers, responses. I have heard that in this kind of interview studies, answers begin to repeat themselves after about 6 respondents. This time, all the responses pointed in a very similar direction, even though there were some nuances and differing emphases. And here you can see the questions. Maybe not very clearly formulated, but I think they were understood. Well, what then did I find as answers to my questions? The first question was about the significance or role of sent workers. As you can see, there are roles concerning the relationship between the sent worker and sending congregation. A Finnish missionary makes the mission work more understood in so many ways. As the congregations learn to know the sent worker, they also feel they can trust that they get the information they wish to have, and also know is used as agreed. Secondly, the role in proclaiming the gospel according to the Great Command and the Church's core task is important. However, many responses also indicated that Finnish missionaries are not necessarily needed for the actual proclamation of the gospel, because local partners are doing that themselves and very well. There were something also that were like challenging things for the congregations. The changing job descriptions of the missionaries is one of those challenging things. They have changed to expert roles, and from traditional missionary or mission work to development cooperation. Also, the rapid turnover of workers. And this is where we get a lot of feedback in Felm. The congregations often tell us that they hardly have time to get to know our missionaries, our sent workers, before they are already returning to Finland and maybe even leaving Felm to work somewhere else. But then again, strengthening the role of local workers is seen as important development in mission. There are also generational differences in how mission work is followed and supported. Not always needed to really meet with the missionary, but to see him or her in social media. Also, all kinds of advocacy work, like in climate issues and related work or projects, are important. The second question was about the actual tasks. The tasks where sent workers are still needed, according to our congregations. Those tasks can be divided into the actual work abroad, and secondly, the work here in Finland, where the role of a missionary is clearly seen as supporting the local congregations in their own mission. But the congregations also noted the exact job description is not critically important as long as someone conveys information and maintains the relationship. The third question was about allocating the funds with which the congregations support the mission. Which is more important, sending workers and paying for all their expenses, or funding projects that sometimes include hiring local workers? And as you can see, both of those were very important for our congregations. Common factors with these two aspects were that it all requires regular, clear and concrete communication. And I'm looking at our communication officers here. So you are needed. And then when exploring all the answers to these three questions, we can find some general trends. Sent workers are mediators. They inspire both the old and younger generations. In some of the responses, the role of acting as so-called cultural interpreter was emphasized. How to explain a foreign partner's way of thinking to Finns, and also the other way around. But from the congregation's point of view, both are needed. Sent workers from Finland and then local partners. Both inspire us. The results of my small survey can be summarized as follows. The role of sent workers, it is still very significant. They work as mediators and bring us some concrete examples from the work of the Church. But we also need new models for our mission cooperation, in which both sent and local workers are very important. They inspire us also to support the mission financially. Finally, I asked the leadership of Felm for their thoughts. So Pauliina here and the director of our international cooperation, Tero. I asked them the same questions, or maybe just the one, do we still need the missionaries, sent workers? And this is how they answered. Yes, Finnish workers are still needed. Mission is the shared task of the Church, and we all are needed in it. But we do not need sent workers in the same numbers as before, but in roles requiring deep theological, technical, or programmatic expertise, and in positions where partner churches and funders need strong professional support from us. And then there was this counter question. Does the Church in Finland need workers from other countries? Yes, because we too can learn a great deal from Christians in other parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Suvimarja, for sharing these interesting results with us. It's now time for the second discussion for today. And one of the things that Suvimarja observed in the result of her survey was that the congregations were concerned about the future of mission. And that's very good, because our next discussion has the title, Does Mission Have a Future? Participants in this discussion are Iida Silfverhuth from the Felm Youth, Reverend Dr. Tomas Rai, and Dr. Martina Björkander. There's been a change in this. Facilitator for the discussion is Professor Björn Vikström from Åbo Akademi University. And while the participant takes their places, I again suggest that you stand up and stretch a bit so you can still listen to this for about 45 minutes. We will continue still. Okay, I think we are ready to start, so I will give over to Professor Vikström, who will lead this discussion.
Thank you, Marika. And it sounds right to end our day together discussing mission to underscore the question, what is the future of mission? And I'm happy to have this panel with me here answering that question. And as Marika already said, we have Iida Silfverhuth representing Felm Youth. You also study political history. Tomas Rai defended his doctoral thesis a month ago, and the theme was the identity of Lutheran Christians in Malaysia. And as we already have heard, Martina is a postdoc researcher here at the Polin Institute. I start what is your relationship to missionary work? When did it start? And maybe Iida, you could start.
Thank you. Yes, today I'm representing the Felm youth here, but as it happens, I am also currently working at Felm, so I have kind of a double role. Yes, my relationship to mission work. I had when I was a child, I lived in Hamburg at the Siemens Missions Church because my father worked there. So I had already as a child one window to kind of European Finnish missionary work that was historically done with the seamen, but at that point in the early 2000s, it was already quite a lot of diacony work with local Finnish citizens, and of course visit. But later, when I was 15, I went to be confirmed, as in Finland is the way to go on a camp, and that happened to be Felm's confirmation camp. And especially at the camp, we had, compared to many other confirmations and confirmation camps that are held in Finland, we had an additional viewpoint towards mission. We had people there whose parents were missionary workers, so we had like this kind of missionary kids there, and then we had some international people, and then of course in the teachings there was a lot of Bible study from a global perspective. And currently I'm actually working at the same site where I went to confirmation camp, so I have sort of returned to Päiväkumpu, which is the place these confirmation camps are held. So currently I also have kind of a view on what the youth work and also confirmation work among young people in Finland is now, and I am also comparing it to what it was 15 years ago.
Thank you. Tomas.
So thank you. I've always loved traveling, but in 1989 and 1990, I was at Bible school or disciple training school with youth with a mission in France. So I did their Bible school, yes. So that was the start, and when I was studying, I was leaning towards doing a special course in about the work of the missionary societies, but I did the work on diaspora work instead. So I was out with the Swedish church in Australia.
Thank you. Martina, you actually already told us about your start of your connection to mission work, but can you say something about how your understanding of mission work has changed during the years?
Yeah, so of course, when you grow up as a child within that mission, it's just a natural part of your life. So the things that were done were just the way they were, in a way. So mission characterized my whole upbringing, and also my parent, or at least my dad, continued to work with the church and traveling all over the world. And later they both went to Mission has always been part of my life. And most of my relatives on my father's side have also some kind of connection with mission. I think that when I started to study theology and later also specialized in mission studies, of course, my understanding of mission has changed. Both from learning more about different types of mission, from also maybe
questioning a bit of how one was working, what one was doing, and the way mission functioned at the time. But also, I think today a larger appreciation of what has been good as well. So I think I have gone from sort of quite a critical stance when I was a young adult to a more positive stance today, because I can also see like some of the good things that has come out of that. Yeah.
We have today been discussing, among other things, the decolonialization of mission work that is needed. But when you talk about mission work, Tomas as a pastor and you as a Felm youth, do you encounter many critical voices or prejudices that do you need to defend the need for mission work? Tomas, would you like to start, and then Iida?
Yes, thank you. I have always the feeling when I speak about missionary work in the local parish where I work, that they are still viewing it as white people going far away to preach the gospel to the heathens. And I still always have to be explaining how modern especially the work of Felm is today with doing also like environmental issues in their work. And people I seem to have the feeling that people are very surprised about how modern it is when I try to explain it. So I think still people in the parish are pretty much not aware of how the missionary work is today.
Yeah, I think it depends on the audience, of course, because there are a lot of people who have themselves questions of power to decolonization. So there are quite a lot of these cases, as Tomas described, that we are still kind of fighting this image of going somewhere and then, hitting people with the Bible, or bringing the Bible with the sword, or whatever medieval-ish images that can bring. But then, of course, there are also a growing number of new Christians, which are people who come to the confirmation camp and they are being baptized there. So they have not belonged to the church before, and they don't have necessarily then a Christian education from home, for example. So in their cases, often missionary work is also something quite new. So they, and because they are also new to Christianity and new to the Bible in many cases, it's easier for them to understand why this is so important. So they are kind of only in the beginning of the process of, okay, this is this cool stuff about Jesus and I have to bring it somewhere. Then there are the people who dream about going abroad and helping in the world, and they might view religion and missionary work as one way of doing it. So it really depends on what the agenda is, or like what the background of the person talking to is. I think the big question is whether those people have encountered different cultures, different religions, different places of the world, because it gives them some perspective into what sort this kind of work might contain.
When we saw the results that were presented to us a moment ago, one thing that many seem to have underscored was this, that it's important to have a personal relation or some kind of connection to personal stories from, for example, missionary workers, or naturally also from people living in congregations where missionary workers from Finland or from Sweden have been working. Do you think that this is as important today as it was when we didn't have social media and we didn't know very much about what was happening in other parts of the world. Is this personal connection still important in the future for mission? Martina, will you start?
Yes, I definitely think so. I think maybe even more now, because the flow of information is so large of sources, yeah. So in older times, maybe the missionary and the mission information was the only kind of like clear connection that you had with the countries in the south, whereas now people travel and people have connections in different ways. So to have a personal connection and to get to know each other and to have a missionary or a local pastor coming to visit Sweden, for example, and to get to know these African leaders, for example, and to hear them preach or to talk to them over dinner and so on, that builds relationship, and that also makes the mission work much more concrete. So I think it's one of the things that mission can be, is to create those links and those relationships. And if we don't have people to do it, it's hard to embody the gospel, I think. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would like to agree with Martina in that it's extremely important to have those personal connections. As I see missions today is often cooperation between churches. It doesn't have to be through a missionary. I do believe that example for people from other countries to come to Finland to speak about what they are experiencing in their country could be one way, but also for us to travel there to see their realities and be more aware of their needs. And then we have a personal connection that we know what kind of work we are supporting when we have connections with other churches. So that I believe it's extremely important to have those personal connections.
Yes, I mean, we are living in this kind of attention economy currently, which means that personal stories and stories of an individual are all the time more important, but also they are those ones that also get through the media. And actually, if you just look at the front page of big newspapers in Finland, everything is framed through an individual story. So it's definitely like this idea that we need to have a face that represents mission work is important. But on the other hand, I find myself appreciating even more Felm's that sort of work that doesn't have a face, that is just done as a group of people, as congregations, from a kind of structural way. And I think that Felm is also currently grappling kind of with the question of how to bring faces from the global south as not necessarily as missionaries, but as representatives for the congregations in Finland. And I think that will be one important step in the decolonizing process. On the other hand, I also think that then, because we have to always give reasons why we are getting away from the this white Finnish person going somewhere to do missionary work. Why is it important to go against that trend? And I think in that reasoning, we cannot use the language of decolonization. We can speak about power, but if we are going kind of behind this academic rhetorics, then it won't be understandable to the person who is maybe new to Christianity or who has some sort of suspicions about mission.
When we look at international solidarity, President Trump's decision to close down this institution that was the channel for major support to many NGOs worldwide working with the issues regarding health and education and peace and reconciliation and so on. We also witnessed the same thing happening here in Finland and in other European countries where to support developing countries is decreasing, and the same argument that there should be something in it for us. They want government support, maybe Finnish companies so they can make profit by doing projects in these countries. Do you notice the same development that people are less concerned about solidarity with those far from us who are poor or in living in war situation of war or other tragedies? We'll start with young people. What do you notice? You're the voice of all the young people.
Yes. I think definitely people are less interested in what happens somewhere far. But actually my question is whether people are also less interested in what happens with their neighbor. Because I think that, well, first of all, we can also argue that when we are bringing relief to the poor, are the poor in some far corner of the earth, or are they in Eastern Finland, or you know, are they next door? And if you, for example, during Christmas time, there were huge lines for free food that some organizations and some churches were distributing, and yes, many of those people were foreign students, for example, but as a whole, also poor people in Finland have increased quite a lot. And the question about whom we should help is of course not easy to answer if you don't understand your own situation and if you don't feel as if you would be privileged. So I guess that part of the education comes from very basic questions that we have to try to kind of make the young people or any ignorant people see that actually their position might be very much better than their neighbors.
I think out of sight is always out of mind. And out of sight might also be the neighbor I don't know. If I get to know my neighbor and if I get to know the needs of my neighbor, I might be more willing to help, whether my neighbor is close or far away. Then we have to realize that in Finland we are very privileged. The needs of my neighbor might not be that big, necessarily always as big as people further away. But still, I think that my personal knowledge of the needs of other people is essential. Yeah.
Martina.
Yeah, I'd say yes and no. I mean, there is, like in the Swedish Pentecostal movement, I'd say there is still a lot of social engagement and solidarity going on with with local needs in Sweden. Countries. There is that work, but I think it's carried by a rather, especially when it comes to the international work, because the generations that were sending out a lot of missionaries, then you had a lot of those connections. So in a church, you would have several missionaries and their families and their families' families. So you get a large network of people who know something and who are directly connected to another country. whereas today those are getting older and we don't have new missionaries, so the links are not as strong. So the links to other countries are carried by fewer people. And I think in a younger generation, people are also more willing to canalize their solidarity through other channels in a way, and not just the church channel or the channels or other types of social movements. So that's also scattering the picture. At the same time, yes, there is a lot going on, definitely, and there is still a lot of solidarity there.
And I think it's important to remember that even though missionary work, let's say 50 and 100 years ago, what was very much influenced by colonial thinking, still the missionary work brought the idea of international solidarity to for example, Finland or Sweden, and this has been a very important contribution to our mindset. When we look at, coming back to this question, the future of mission, when I look at the development in the Lutheran Church of Finland, where there has been two, or still are, two large organizations for, let's say, international aid, the church aid, or church foreign aid before called, and then the Felm and other missionary organizations, and they had sort of kind of different focus, more on missionary work, and the church aid more on let's say, also a channel for state financed support. But during the last 2 decades, we have noticed that the let's say border between the way they are working has been blurred, because also Felm, for example, works a lot with, let's say, advocacy issues, and also been a channel for state support and so on. How do you see the future of mission? Will this kind of or activities merge, or will we see where the let's say idea of bringing the gospel to all people again will be more clear among missionary organizations? Or, of course, this is speculations, but what do you think would be beneficial for this work? Martina, would you want to start this time?
But I think there's a great risk of the secular development agenda seeping into missions and forcing mission work to become less holistic, because the funding and the collaboration on the development side requires us to express ourselves in more inner worldly terms, if you wish. And that, I think, has led to a separation between the spiritual and the material needs, and the spiritual and the social needs, saying that in this part of our works, we work on the material and social side, and in this part, we work on the spiritual side, threatening to sort of divide the gospel, yeah? And then the trend will go back, I think, or risks going back, so that the churches then say that, no, this development agenda, it's not our agenda, it's too far from what the church is, and then they focus on the spiritual side, the proclamation side of things, and we lose some of that holism that's there in the gospel, and that is also very important for the witness that we give in the world.
So if I understand you correctly, you wish for a holistic mission where these different tasks are involved on their own rights, so to say, without being set against each other.
Personally, I'd say yes. I wish that we could keep them together, so that the responsibility for the whole person, spirit, soul and body, it can stay there, and for the community as well as the individual can stay in place, instead of separating those things and keeping justice and peace negotiations together with presenting the Bible and inviting people to Christ.
Tomas.
Yes, definitely we should try to keep them together so that the mission would be the holistic mission. Maybe the birth of Finn Church Aid was there because the missions at that time did not so much that you needed to have this both parts together. Maybe that's why it was born, Finn Church Aid. Today I see that the Felm, especially, but also other missions organizations, they are truly working with both sides. So in more of a holistic way, and maybe there's even lesser need of Finn Church Aid today, since all missions organizations are working with advocacy and a holistic mission. Maybe.
Yeah, I think currently the reason why we are not really speaking about merging different organization is their diversity. Finnish Church Aid is working in other countries than Felm, and their work is a bit different. For example, in Kenya, they are a huge factor among refugees. And I think one of the reasons, even though FCA is not really a mission, I mean, it's not a mission organization, but it's still, it is the church's aid. So from our partners' perspective, from their partners as well as Felm's, one part of their responsibility and their kind of I mean, the why they are so reliable is because they are from the church, and they are seen as religious actors. So there is something we can already share with our common faith. I mean, secular organizations might not really prosper as well. I mean, the Red Cross maybe, because it's so known all around the world, but other smaller organizations not. Then again, among the missionary organizations in Finland, we have several which have kind of a unique position. Like, for example, Bibliaseura has uniquely Bible work in their sort of own way, whereas we have a more bigger role. I mean, Felm, and then the smaller ones are more operating on a people level in a way where they are sending people to work in smaller parishes. But I think definitely there will be, at least if they are not already ongoing, there will be this as well as from a state funding perspective about what their future is. It doesn't mean, even though we might have to cut on, I mean, we would receive less funding, or we will have to kind of smaller the work somewhere. I still think that even though the institutional volume might grow lesser, mission will still find its way, and a lot of our current work in Finland has also to do with how to bring the message in an effective way to those people also in Finland who are not interested or don't know about global solidarity and global diaconia.
As we have said here already, advocacy has become a more important part of missionary work. Do you consider it a possible problem that we as Europeans sort of advocate or encourage advocacy on behalf of, let's say, the role of women in a very in a culture where women are not equal with men, or when we encourage advocacy for minority groups, sexual minorities, other minorities, that we sort of impose our own, or can it be well done without this kind of we should do it? Martina, with your experience, what would you say?
I think that it's very important to work together with the local churches, so the churches in the south, and to listen very carefully to them, and to do that advocacy work together with them in a way that can be culturally sensitive and be received in that particular context, and to not come with our own agenda in that sense. And even if sometimes we will have different views on things, I think it's important to push the questions where we can push them together with the local congregations and local denominations. And if we cannot push them together with them, then maybe that's not the question that we are supposed to push at this time.
But that's, even though it might mean that we sort of leave some vulnerable groups unattended to.
You raise the questions within the transnational community. So you raise the questions with the churches and the church leaders, bring them up to discussion. But advocacy, I was thinking about towards the political level, and I think we shouldn't do that unless we also have those local congregations with us. But to raise them within the collaboration, absolutely.
Iida, do you want?
Yes, I think that we have to, I mean, if we want to impose our own values further, we really have to think about how we are speaking about them. Because in the sense where we have learned that equality and minority issues are something to be defended, we have kind of thought that because this is good and this is something that we should look forward to, it's on this us versus them, but the reality is that right-wing politics and also authoritarian actors in the global world order are on the rise. So we really have to kind of think of new ways on how to highlight to them that these issues still matter, even though they might too easily put on them like a label of their political enemies or something. So, and then the other thing is that, especially working with the youth, of course, many of these issues concerning different minorities are important to most young people, and especially they are also very normal amongst them. Everybody knows somebody who belongs to a sexual minority, but then there is a growing group of young people who are very conservative, and I think in many ways our challenge, especially because kind of our employees are more that generation that thought that everything is always going toward more equality, then our challenge is to find ways to become friends and also raise reliability among those people who are thinking that these adults don't understand my conservative views. And I think is then to focus back on sort of the subject that we are talking about, and not make it too personal, and not say think that I think, other than you and the other way around, that we cannot talk about certain issues. But it's our job as educators to make sure that everybody feels safe and everybody feels that their views are respected, and then also to say that if some comments are discriminatory or something, then we have to tell them why this cannot be said.
And continue to meet each other, even though we are of different opinions. Tomas.
I'm thinking about this question from the perspective of Malaysia. The last time I was in Malaysia, Bishop Thomas of the Lutheran Church in Malaysia, he was talking to me. It's about these difficult questions about sexual minorities, because he had been at an international conference where the issues were brought up. And he said in Malaysia today, there's no problem with gender equality. There's no problem with the differences between men and women. However, the question on sexual minority is a difficult question, and he was very pleased with the agenda of the Lutheran World Federation, which asked the leaders of the Asian churches, where does the red line go on these issues? And he said that the Americans are pushing it more. However, we need to respect the churches, but also in these churches, issues about sexual minorities are raising. So there are debates about sexual minorities also in these Asian countries. So it's a difficult question.
Thank you. It has been very nice talking to you, and I would happily continue, but our time is up. So thank you so much. And the future of mission doesn't stop here, but our discussion stops here. Thank you. Now I give the floor to Kati Kemppainen, who will end our seminar.
Dear Symposium participants, keynote speakers, commentators, panelists, audience online, especially Felm Fellowship members. I don't know if I dare to say that we have been able to somehow or to some extent tackle a nearly to foresee into the future, namely to the future of mission. There has been diverse perspectives, a lot of questions, much more questions than answers. We have not reached a final conclusion about what is the future of mission, which was never the goal in the first place. The answers will mature in dialogue, in mutuality, in togetherness. But we can say for sure, as long as there are Christians, there are Christian churches and communities, a Christian faith at all, there will be mission as much as there will be diaconia. As Anupama noted, mission is not optional nor peripheral. It's in the DNA of Christian faith. I wish to thank you all here and online for participating in this symposium. Thank you for all your contribution. It has been enormously valuable. And by the way, we had almost all female panel today, if you noticed. Men were holding the assisting positions. It was not intentional, but it happened. I want to extend my thanks to Polin Institute, Akademi, and my colleagues in Felm. The next Missiological Symposium will take place next year about the same time. Where, by whom, under which topic, it's yet to be decided. Because I can't foresee into the future, not yet. Welcome again. Thank you very much.